Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Montgomery County Council. I want to start by sharing a few words about the Honorable Senator Paul Sarbanes, who we learned passed away yesterday. Sadly, we've lost a giant of Maryland and national policymaking. He committed his life's work to improving the lives of Marylanders, leaving a lasting legacy in our community and across the nation. He worked tenaciously and effectively to expand low-income housing, to protect the environment, leading efforts to clean up the Chesapeake Bay, and to advocate for mass transit and regional partnerships. We've been in touch with his son, our great Congressman John Sarbanes, and on behalf of the council, we send all our condolences to the entire Sarbanes family. They'll remain in our thoughts and prayers. Please join me, everyone, for a moment of silence for U.S. Senator Paul Sarbanes. Thank you. Now we have 4 proclamations. The first is a proclamation celebrating the 20th anniversary of Action in Montgomery Arts by Councilmember Glass. Councilmember Glass, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. On Saturday night, a number of my colleagues and I had the pleasure of attending a virtual event to celebrate Action in Montgomery's 20th anniversary. And so we're going to bring the band back together. And those of us who attended on Saturday are gonna be here this morning and will reprise our roles in sharing this proclamation. And so those were Council Vice President Albernaz and Council Members Katz, Reamer, and Jawando. So for 20 years, AIM has been organizing tenants and getting community centers built, building affordable housing, and also taking a lead role in passing the Maryland DREAM Act. And those are huge, huge accomplishments for any organization. And the latest victory, even closer to home, helping secure funding for the renovation of South Lake Elementary School, which all of us on the council worked really hard to find the funding for, but we all did it. And for 20 years, Action in Montgomery has been pushing elected officials to do the right thing. And while that work isn't always easy, it is righteous work. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everybody who is affiliated with Action in Montgomery, from all the parishioners to all of the religious leaders to all of the organizers as well. And so now I'll invite my colleagues to say a few words as well. Council Vice President Albernaz.
Oh, thank you. We have 4 proclamations, so I'll be brief. I just want to acknowledge the incredible work of Action in Montgomery. Sitting in my office is this picture. This was the day that we inaugurated the Betty Thompson Scotland Recreation Center. It, in 14 years of public office and now elected office, remains the most special day I've ever had. It was emotional, it was beautiful, and it was because of the hard work of a lot of people, but especially Action in Montgomery. So we celebrate with all of you this morning and look forward to 24 years of active partnership, alliances, and moving our community forward.
Love the photo. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very, very much. And I too will be brief because we have so many proclamations, but I was absolutely honored to be there on Saturday night. I mentioned then that I have known Action in Montgomery since its beginning, for its 20 years. And I thought I knew a lot about what they did, and I do, but I certainly learned that much more from their event, and was truly honored to be there. They're called AIM, and that is exactly what they do. They aim to make certain that we all work together to get all of us to a better place. So we thank them for what they do, and we thank them for allowing us to be there and celebrate with them.
I like that, AIM. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Councilmember Glass, and to my colleagues. I also want to thank and congratulate Action in Montgomery on 20 years of organizing, of creating and stirring up good trouble here in the county and in the region and across the state, as they've expanded in other parts of the state as well in that time period. Their parent organization. Like Councilmember Albernaz, I too have had the great favor of being a beneficiary on multiple sides of the organizing. I organized with AIM when we formed the African Immigrant Caucus years ago. To have a big accountability action with the gubernatorial candidates in Maryland in 2006. And then we worked towards the Southlake school rebuilding, as we talked about. This most recently, I've been pushed as an elected official myself, so on the other end of that, and then we've just worked to form their agenda. They're pushing each other to be better and to do more. And so I said this Saturday much more eloquently than I did at 9 right now. But I'm just really thankful for the organization. You have a great role in the county and in the state. And happy anniversary. Look forward to many, many more years.
That was beautiful eloquence at 9:09 in the morning. You're all good. I don't think Councilmember Reamer is with us, but I'd like to introduce AIM's lead organizer, Cynthia Marshall, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much for this recognition of AIM. It means a great deal to us. And we have worked with each and every one of you in different ways on different initiatives, including you, County Executive Elrich. And we appreciate the relationships that we've had that are sometimes have tension in them and sometimes are celebration together. But the work that AIM does is largely possible because of the relationships that we have with you all as well. So we appreciate your willingness to engage with us and to work with us to make this county a better place and to make this state a better place.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do, Cynthia, and your entire team. So now that the band is back together, we'll read the proclamation. A proclamation from the Montgomery County Council. Whereas Action in Montgomery is committed to fostering leadership opportunities for residents and helping them transform their lives and communities through economic and social change, and
whereas Action in Montgomery has successfully organized thousands of people in Montgomery County to work together and address the structures of inequity, including racism and socioeconomic disparities, and
my video was stopped, but whereas won't stop me from reading my part. Whereas Action in Montgomery has worked effectively with elected officials and businesses, there we go, leaders to create a better Montgomery County. Many of Action in Montgomery's goals have been realized, including the creation of more affordable housing, the expansion of equity in education, making improvements to community centers and historic African-American neighborhoods, passing the DREAM Act statewide, improving the lives of renters, and more. And
whereas Action in Montgomery's track record will help it to expand its work addressing systemic inequity throughout the state of Maryland, and
now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland hereby recognizes and extends its appreciation and congratulations to Action in Montgomery for its 20th anniversary of promoting just communities in Montgomery County. We urge all our residents to celebrate the work of Action in Montgomery. Presented on this day, the 8th of December in the year 2020, signed by me and Council President Tom Hucker. Thank you all, and congratulations, Action in Montgomery.
Congratulations, AIM. Next, I'd like to make a slight change to the agenda to accommodate a request from the executive branch. If Council Member Navarro doesn't mind, we'll move up to Presentation C, the proclamation recognizing Human Rights Day by myself and County Executive Elrich, to allow him to move on to his next event. So it's my honor today to present this proclamation with County Executive Elrich for Human Rights Day. Human Rights Day is observed every year on December 10th since 1948, the year that the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR. The UDHR is a milestone document that proclaims the inalienable rights which everyone's entitled to as a human being, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, language, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Available in more than 500 languages, it's the most translated document in the world. The UN's theme this year was Recover Better, Stand Up for Human Rights. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted long-standing and wide-ranging inequities in our own community and across the nation. In Montgomery County, we've been steadfast in our efforts to reach the most vulnerable in our communities and to ensure they have the resources and the support that they need. On International Human Rights Day, we recommit ourselves to protecting and promoting the rights of our vulnerable populations, particularly those who have been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll now recognize the County Executive to speak and read the proclamation. Welcome, Mark.
Hey, thank you. I want to start with that quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. At the beginning of this human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights, when she was instrumental in bringing about, she said this: "Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home, so close and so small they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Unless these rights have meaning, they have little meaning anywhere. If they don't have meaning there, they don't have little meaning anywhere. Without concerted citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world." That was Eleanor Roosevelt. So while we see examples every day of egregious violations of human rights, they occur literally every day and pretty much everywhere. While we often think of terror, suppression of free speech and personal expression, human slavery, forced resettlement, and many other ways of repressing people's rights, we ourselves are not without fault. We have hungry people here who struggle, even when there's not a pandemic, to put food on the table. If you've ever visited a homeless shelter in Montgomery County, you've probably met people who work every day and still can't put a roof over their head. We have people who are limited access to health care and other social assistance programs because of one's immigration status, as if one's immigration status somehow can justify denial of access to basic human services. And let's not forget children separated from their parents and put in cages. These things happen abroad and these things happen here. In the midst of the pandemic, we are focused on the most basic human rights for our residents: the right to a roof over our heads and food for our families and ourselves. International Human Rights Day is an important moment to remember that these are basic rights, and we are going to recommit ourselves to ensuring them for all. So I'm happy to join you, Mr. President, and the Council in sharing this day for the residents of Montgomery County. It's an important day. We always have to remember this is not just an opportunity to look abroad and point out the things we see in the headlines of the news, but to look within ourselves and within our communities at things that ought to make us uncomfortable and ought to charge us with the energy to change those things that we have the ability to change. So thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by Director Stowe. Director Stowe, do you have any comments you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all of you. Just to echo and just underscore what the county executive has said, this Universal Declaration of Human Rights contained 30 different articles, and the one for which buttressed to the ongoing core values of our community is stated thusly: all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act toward one another in a spirit of brotherhood. To County Council and members of our community all across America and indeed the entire world, today is being recognized by those who have governing occasions to come together to proclaim this coming Thursday, December 10th, as a day that we all signal that human rights are indeed rights that are inalienable, that cannot be taken away, that ought to be the core value of all of us. And I believe it's best said by Martin Luther King Jr., injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And lastly, one of my real heroes, Nelson Mandela. I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not fear, but he who has conquered fear. And oftentimes the fear we have between one another is not knowing each other. And so our goal this year would be then to go forward and to know one another better, lift up our neighbors in this time of strife and sickness and uncertainty. Human Rights Day, Montgomery County.
Thank you, Director Stowe. Mr. County Executive, I think you have the proclamation, if you want to read it.
I think I do. These unnecessary things out of here. Proclamation, Montgomery County, Maryland. Whereas on December 10th, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations approved the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, declaring that, quote, recognition of inherent dignity and of the equal and unalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And whereas basic human rights addressed in the Universal Declaration include economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as civil and political rights. And whereas this year's theme is Recover Better, Stand Up for Human Rights. We believe every resident of Montgomery County must play a role in advancing human rights as we seek to recover not only from the crippling effects of a viral pandemic, but also from the deepening poverty, growing inequalities, and structural and entrenched racism. In doing so, we move forward toward full recovery and begin the building back a better community. And whereas Montgomery County government, its Office of Human Rights, its Human Rights Commission, and its Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, along with numerous communities, civic, religious, and nonprofit organizations, have a commitment to ensure equal rights and protection for all residents. Now, therefore, do we, Mark Elrich as County Executive and Tom Hucker as County Council President of Montgomery County, Maryland, do hereby proclaim Thursday, December 10th, 2020 as International Human Rights Day in Montgomery County, and call upon our residents to join in recognizing the important work to preserve and protect human rights in our community and aid in shaping the peace here in our county, our state, our country, and around the world. Signed this day, the 8th of December, the year 2020, Mark Elrich and Tom Hucker.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. County Executive.
Thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Yes.
Thank you, Director Stowe.
Thank you so much.
On to presentation B, the proclamation honoring Black Rock Center for the Arts by Councilmember Navarro and maybe Councilmember Rice.
Indeed, Councilmember Rice as well as the district council member. He is joining me in this very important recognition. I want to welcome Lynn Arndt, who's the CEO of Black Rock Center for the Arts. And I have a little list here. I believe that we have Grace Rivera Oven, Hubs Coordinator, Crystal Townsend of the Healthcare Initiative Foundation, Jerry Thiering, Black Rock Board Member, Jennifer Russell, Black Rock Board Member, John Compton, also Board Member Black Rock, Amanda Moskowitz, staff for Black Rock, Mario Oven, Black Rock staff, Michael Stickles, also staff, Mitchell, staff, Katie Hecklinger, also part of the staff, Jody Villajanteran, also staff, and Matthews and Kathleen Matthews, who of course is our incredible up-county regional services director. And I want to acknowledge this extraordinary team that is led by Lynn Arndt, and just want to highlight a few memorable moments that I know I very much appreciated. And it was incredible when I looked at the date, I believe it was November 23rd of last year, that many of us gathered at Black Rock Center for the Arts for an extraordinarily festive occasion where we had Jonathan Acosta, who did a concert, and it was really just a journey through Latin America, through the music. And I have to say, it was one of very few moments where I have been surrounded by so many extraordinary people, full of joy, really going down memory lane, listening to extraordinary music and dance, and reminiscing. For many of us, it reminded us of our home family gatherings, grandma maybe, and the music that she would listen to, or grandpa and mom and dad dancing. And all of a sudden, this extraordinary place just lit up with people dancing in the hallways and in their seats, etc. And there was Lynn and everybody else dancing as well. And I share that because when we talk about our extraordinary arts organizations, we often, throw around terms like diversity and equity, etc. And how do we reflect our community? And places like Black Rock really take that to heart. They take it to heart in such a way that when this pandemic hit, they really didn't skip a beat to say, okay, so what else can we do now? You know, how can we bring some solace, some support, some assistance, some relief in the middle of this crisis? Because there's a time to celebrate, like we all did and many others have done with so many other performances, but there's also a time to provide actual relief, life-saving kind of assistance. And this team came together, and I have to say that, you know, with Grace Rivera and Crystal, you know, people who have been working already in the community just kind of came together with Lynn's support and assistance, and of course, Catherine Matthews and everybody, but they said, absolutely, let's do this. And I know that their board also has been so amazing. So this is an example of everybody really coming together, not thinking about barriers or regulatory problems, but really saying, what does our community need? Let's go get it. And look at the amount of volunteers, especially young people, who have found a way to feel of assistance and to be able to also recognize, many of them perhaps had never really seen firsthand the level of need that we have in the county. They have been able to step up to do something and to get to know their community a little bit better through all of this. And so this now has become a model, and we have replicated the hub model in other places, really based on this extraordinary effort. So it was organic, it came together, it has grown, and I just really want to thank all of you for your extraordinary dedication to our county. I know that this will never be forgotten, because this will be part of our history, just how this community came together. And so I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Rice, who ably represents this district. And I know that he has a lot to do with this type of community sense of family in that district as well. So I'd like to turn it over to him for some remarks. We'll read the proclamation and then we'll turn it over to Lynn to also make some remarks as well. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Navarro. And I'm going to try and be brief, but it's very hard when talking about an organization that means so much to me, like Black Rock Center for the Arts. Many know that when my wife and I first moved to Germantown, we moved into Black Rock's backyard. Black Rock opened in 2002. My wife and I moved to Germantown in 2003. So we were there right at the beginning, at the start of Black Rock, and literally in the backyard. Our driveway actually extended into basically the parking lot of Black Rock Center for the Arts. And we used to walk there and take our young child and go to the concerts on the lawn. And it truly identified itself right away as the hub of the Germantown community. And it's never changed. I remember when I first got elected to office in 2006 and started representing the area in the Maryland House of Delegates. And it was a few years later that there was a fire in Germantown. And that fire had actually claimed I think it was an apartment. And it was right during Christmas time. And during that time, you actually had the family lose everything. And the community came together, both Germantown Alliance and others in the community, and said, we need to do something for this community. I know that Kathy Matthews was involved in this as well. We actually opened up the center lobby, and I'm not sure if everyone on the call remembers this, but we opened up the lobby of Black Rock, and folks actually dropped off everything under the sun, from toys for the family to household goods to everything. And there was this big pile of stuff that was in the center of the lobby, and we had shut it down for this, to bring this here. It was the first steps of the Germantown hub model. Back then, some 14, odd years ago. That's amazing to think about in terms of the thinking that Black Rock and that the community feels that Black Rock and the role that they play. I really want to thank Black Rock for their initiative when it comes to working with Nourish Now, to working with other nonprofits, really reaching out. And Gracie, for you, continuing to push into the community to make sure that we continue to find those needs that continue to be unmet and those that are untouched by the services that we provide. It is such a lifeline for so many in our community. And for the BlackRock folks, I see them on Mike Sickles' call there. So wave, everyone. Yes, the staff, give them credit for what they do day in and day out. I know that I'm sure Marco's over there. I think he's in front there. Yes. Who do the work, who drive the trucks, who pack the boxes, who do all of those things. And I've visited BlackRock from time to time during this pandemic to take a look. Gracie actually put me to work. Of course, that's what she does. So, you know, that's her job. But it was absolutely amazing. Again, transforming this great center, as Councilmember Navarro said, that is a cultural center that brings people not just from the Germantown community, but as you see with Councilmember Navarro, from all across this county, from this region into this great area. And I'll just close with one thing. It's featured on your website, which I'm honored to see, but it really does truly sum up. And the spirit of our community is coming together right here in BlackRock. And it truly is that it embodies everything that BlackRock is about. And so I just really want to say thank you to everyone involved. Crystal, you are a true champion. You know all the work that you do, from Katie to Jerry to Keelan, to Jody, all the people, John, who roll up their sleeves, Amanda, every single day. Jennifer, you guys have been doing this forever. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do and continuing to make Germantown one of the best communities it can be, and for then making Montgomery County one of the best communities in this nation. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your success.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. So we're going to read the proclamation. So I'm going to pull up the proclamation here. We're going to take turns in doing so. All right. So, whereas BlackRock Center for the Arts opened in 2002 in Germantown, Maryland, as a cultural arts center with a mission to bring inspiring performing and visual arts experiences to diverse audiences in a welcoming and intimate setting, and to provide opportunities to explore, celebrate, and engage in the arts.
And whereas reaching an average of more than 40,000 people per year, BlackRock Center for the Arts has firmly established its place in the up-county community and leveraged its presence to host virtual arts programs and performances while providing essential services to families in the community who have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And
whereas on April 8th, 2020, the BlackRock Center for the Arts opened Montgomery County's first consolidated services hub in partnership with numerous community-based organizations to safely provide residents with food and essentials and to help them connect with critical services. And
whereas, as a testament to its success, the model piloted by the Up-County Consolidation Hub has since been replicated across Montgomery County, bringing assistance directly to those in need by serving more than 1,000 vulnerable households weekly through food distribution and the donation of essential items. And
whereas the BlackRock Center for the Arts has gone above and beyond its mission as an arts organization to serve the needs of Up-County residents, which, with the support of its board of trustees, dedicated staff, volunteers, and community partners, has set an example for the rest of the county on the successful conversion of public spaces when a community is faced with unprecedented challenges. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby recognizes the contributions of BlackRock Center for the Arts and presents this proclamation to BlackRock Center for the Arts, presented on this 8th day of December in the year 2020, signed by Council President Tom Hucker and myself. Congratulations to you. Yay. All right, we'd love to hear from Lynn, who will speak on behalf of this extraordinary team.
So first, thank you to each and every one of the council members. Council Member Navarro, your words mean so much. The Jonathan Acosta concert was an incredibly joyful evening, and it's remembered with great fondness right now. And I promise you that when this is all behind us, Jonathan will come back and we will all celebrate together. Councilmember Rice, actually each and every one of you have visited the hub and actually have been put to work delivering to families, putting packages together. So you've really put some muscle behind the effort. But it is a true collaboration, and I love to speak at this moment, but on this call are so many of our board members, our board chair, John Compton, Crystal Carr-Townsend. These are people that brought partners in for us, but more importantly, as a board, they supported the effort. You know, to switch to pivot, our new favorite, most hated word, to the center. It was supported by a group of people that were a Cultural Arts Center board. The team that is on downstairs, our Black Rock team is calling in virtually. However, that team downstairs is an extraordinary group of young people. And Councilmember Rice, thank you for pointing out Marco, Christina, Paula, Christian, Karina, Nikki, Annette, and Roma. They work every single day. Whatever it takes to serve the families. We stepped up at the last minute for holiday giving, and it served 992 families for Thanksgiving, and over 700 of those meals were delivered door to door safely. It's a privilege to do this. It is a privilege to help bring people together and to work alongside you. To work alongside DHHS. This has been an extraordinary effort, but no one person is responsible. There is this, my partner in crime, as she calls it, sitting next to me. You know she's not going to let me hang up without saying thank you to everyone. But it happens because of this council. You supported it in every way possible. And we here at Black Rock can't thank you enough. So.
Well, thank you so much, Lynn, for those words. I really appreciate that. I wanted to close by saying that, you know, your primary mission, of course, it's the arts, the cultural arts. And we have been working really diligently, especially in the Education and Culture Committee, to make sure that our arts organizations continue to hang in there as much as possible. And we will continue to do that because this is a testament of why we must ensure that our arts organizations are able to ride this difficult time. And as you said, once we're over on the other side, we can then come together and celebrate. So I wish I could let everybody speak. I would love to do that. We have a insane agenda today. So I want to be respectful of that, but I just truly wanted to say again, thank you so much on behalf of all those families who, without you, we don't know what would be happening. This will be the most incredible story to be told after we get out of this horrible time. But you being there really is that light at the end of the tunnel that continues to help our community stay strong. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you guys.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys soon.
Okay. All right, Mr. President, I pass it over to you.
Well done. Thank you so much, Councilmember Navarro. Next is our proclamation recognizing National Influenza Vaccination Week by Councilmember Albornoz. Council Vice President Albornoz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, never has the topic of vaccination of our residents been more important in our lifetime than right now. And we have a remarkable set of medical providers and public health officials across our county who are working tirelessly to ensure that all of us remain safe. In the audience today, we have Dr. Travis Gales, who is our chief public health officer and county health officer. within the Department of Health and Human Services. We have Dr. Raymond Crowell, the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services. We also have Ms. Cindy Edwards, who is the Public Health Services Administrator for Communicable Disease and Epidemiology. We also have in the audience Dr. Annette Pham, the President of the Montgomery County Medical Society, a critical partner to the county, not just through the pandemic, but before and certainly after it. And we also have Dr. Brent Berger, who chairs the Medical Society's Immunization Task Force and serves on our Commission on Health. So as chair of the county's Health and Human Services Committee, I know that I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues here. We've learned so much about our community's critical public health needs during this COVID crisis. We now have to talk about and the importance of our flu vaccinations now more than ever. Fortunately, this hasn't been a typical or overwhelming flu season, but we know the flu is deadly, and we know the flu can spread quickly through our entire community. Our kids right now, of course, are not in school. We're all wearing masks, hopefully, and social distancing. But this has reinforced what sometimes we take for granted, which is the importance of washing our hands and taking those preventative steps to prevent us from getting the flu in the first place. But we know, again, that the flu is a contagious disease. We know that the flu vaccination prevents millions of illnesses and flu-related visits to the doctor. And we know that it can be dangerous with complications for those over the age of 65, for pregnant women, and people with certain underlying health conditions, as we have seen with the virus. And so I believe all of my colleagues have already gotten their flu vaccination this year, and we urge all of our county residents, if you have not yet done so, to please get yours. We will now hear from Dr. Travis Gales, who will speak on behalf of our medical community and our public health officials across the county, and then I will read a proclamation. Dr. Gales.
Good morning, and always a pleasure to be with you all, and thank you for this important recognition of a key public health campaign and a key need for our community. And would also like to say a special thank you to the staff from Public Health Services and HHS, who not many people knew about our immunization team before COVID, but they have been up and running for many years providing the service. And thank you also to Dr. Pham and Dr. Berger from the Medical Society for partnering with us in these efforts to increase vaccination rates across the county and increase vaccination through different medical suppliers. As Councilmember Albanos pointed out, it's a very critical time related to vaccination on multiple levels. The first level related to the flu vaccine. It's important that we get everybody to be covered because, as he referenced, the flu can cause a lot of damage. And in certain groups, it can increase the likelihood of the need of hospitalization due to the symptoms they experience. And if you haven't heard, we're going through a pandemic right now where hospital space is a priority. And by increasing our vaccination rates, we can increase the amount of folks that are protected and hopefully thereby decrease the impact of the flu, which would ultimately free up necessary space that we may need to address the pandemic that we're facing right now. It's also important to remind folks that vaccination is a fundamental underpinning of the public health infrastructure within our country. Vaccines provide significant protection from a host of diseases and prevent a whole host of symptoms, preventable illnesses that will add protection to our society. So we applaud this proclamation, and we want to remind folks at home, if you have not received your flu shot, get it. It gets you extra protection. To parents of children who are behind on their immunizations, get them caught up as soon as possible. And as we continue to move forward with the release of the COVID vaccine, we also hope to be able to proactively address any questions, concerns, or issues that our residents face as they decide to make the decision to ultimately hopefully get the vaccine once it's available. Thank you again for the recognition, and thank you to all of the tireless staff who work to make this possible throughout the county.
Well, that was beautifully said, Dr. Gales, and I want to once again thank the Montgomery Medical Society and all of our partner organizations for helping to keep Montgomery County safe. I will now read this proclamation on behalf of all of my colleagues. Whereas in 2005, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention established National Influenza Vaccination Week to raise awareness about the importance of the influenza vaccination and how it protects the public health of our community, particularly during the winter months. And whereas influenza is a contagious and at times deadly disease that is commonly transmitted and serves as great risk for health complications to infants, young children, people 65 years of age and older, pregnant women, and those with certain health conditions or weakened immune system. And whereas everyone 6 months of age and older should be vaccinated annually, particularly this year, as the COVID-19 global pandemic currently coincides with flu vaccine and may fatally impact county residents while overburdening our healthcare resources. And whereas the influenza vaccine prevents millions of illnesses, associated hospitalizations, flu-related doctor visits, and associated deaths each year, and has by far the highest rates of mortality among vaccine-preventable diseases in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Council hereby recognizes National Influenza Vaccination Week 2020, and be it further resolved that the County Council calls upon its residents to receive their influenza vaccine this year in order to keep our community safe and healthy during this winter season and the global pandemic. Presented on this 8th day of December in the year 2020, signed by myself and Council President Hucker. An important message, an important week. Thank you all again for your dedication. Mr. President, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you all for all your hard work and your efforts to keep us safe. Thank you for joining us this morning. Next, we'll have general business. Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements, agenda changes, or petitions?
Yes, good morning, Council President. For addendum number 3, on the consent calendar, number 2Q added, introduction, proposed amendments to the 10-year comprehensive water supply and sewage systems plan, 6-year category change requests. Added to R, action, amendment to the FY operating budget resolution 19-472, section G, FY21 designation of entities for non-competitive contract award, Just Neighbors Ministry, Inc. Added 3D to the District Council session, introduction zoning text amendment 20-08 concerning residential care facility, continuing care retirement community. Lead sponsor is the county president, the council president, at the request of the planning board. Public hearing is scheduled for January 19, 21 at 1:30 p.m. Correction to number 7, public hearing action, special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, community engagement cluster, support for COVID-19 response, $1,250,000 for winterization for streeteries, source of funds, federal grant. Correction number 8, public hearing, expedited bill 4820, human rights and civil liberties, building maintenance worker minimum work week effective date. Action will be taken during the legislative session's call of bills for final reading later in the afternoon. Added 10.6. Introduction, public hearing action, special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, $9,934,156 for Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund, NDA, source of funds, federal grant funds, and amendment to the resolution 19-498, special appropriation to the county government's FY20 operating budget, Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund, NDA. Added 10.7, introduction, public hearing action, special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, COVID-19, Human Services and Community Assistance, NDA, COVID-19 response, $12,803,250 for Montgomery County Food Security Fund, source of funds, general fund reserves, and amendment to the FY21 operating budget resolution 19-472, section G, designation of entities for non-competitive contract award status, Germantown Cultural Arts Center, Seneca Creek Church, Hughes United Methodist, Bethel World Outreach, Clifton Park Baptist, Kingdom Fellowship, Oak Chapel United Methodist, and Interfaith Works, Inc. Request to suspend Rules of Procedure Rule 7C to allow immediate action. Added 10.8, Introduction Public Hearing Action, Special Appropriation to the County Government's FY21 Operating Budget, COVID-19, Human Services and Community Assistance NDA, $4,620,997. Source of funds, General Fund Reserves, por nuestra salud y bienestar, for our health and well-being. Request to suspend Rules of Procedure, Rule 7C, to allow immediate action. Added 10.9, Introduction, Public Hearing Action, Special Appropriation to the County Government's FY21 Operating Budget, COVID-19, Human Services and Community Assistance NDA, $3,341,444. Source of funds, General Fund Reserves, African American Health Program, Executive Committee Targeted COVID-19 Response, and Resolution to amend the FY21 Operating Budget for the Montgomery County Government. Resolution 19-472, Section G, Designation of Entities for Non-Competitive Contract Award Status, the National Center for Children and Families, Inc., request to suspend Rules of Procedure, Rule 7C, to allow immediate action. A new time for number 15, 6:30 p.m., interviews, Commission on Redistricting. Finally, the Council has not received any petitions. That is all, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we can move to the consent calendar. I need a motion to approve the consent calendar, please.
So moved.
So moved.
Councilmember Rice moves and Councilmember Navarro seconds. Thank you. Councilmember Navarro would like to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Extraordinary agenda today, extraordinary consent calendar as usual. I do want to speak on item 2.0, which is the disposition, resolution to approve the disposition of 4010 Randolph Road, Parcel 1 and Bushy Drive, Parcel 2, Silver Spring. As everybody recalls, when we adopted the Bears Mill Corridor Master Plan, this particular site was one that was identified, given that is owned by the county, as a really good candidate for affordable housing, for mixed use kind of development, to include things like childcare centers and community use space as well. And so we are here today to take action on the disposition, which is according to the law. What's really amazing about the project is that there is an agreement that has been reached, and it's going to receive money, about $2 million from the Housing Initiative Fund, to support pre-development costs. And also there's been about another additional $12 million for the development and permanent financing. And this particular agreement has been executed between the county and the developer, AHC, in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. So it's a really wonderful model. All units that are going to be built here will be affordable to households with incomes less than 70% of AMI. It has an overall bedroom mix of 1, 2, 3, and even 4 bedroom units. Also, we'll have 4 single family homes that not to exceed 70% of AMI, as I said, which is really extraordinary. I think in general, the fact that it also, that it includes rental units as well as condominiums and single family really is kind of a template for things that we can do, especially when it comes to county-owned land or facilities. Whenever possible, we should take advantage of those opportunities. I also will point out that the idea of also locating an early childhood center there is really important for that particular community, because we know this is an area where we don't have a lot of early care and education centers. So this will be amazing. For me, obviously, given that I represent this area, one of the things that I also brought up is we had conversations about, briefings with the people leading the project, I stress the notion that this has to follow, the best possible designs, that it should be high quality, that it should be very attractive. And I've been assured that this is the kind of project that will definitely meet those standards, and the community will be very pleased and would benefit. So it's a great day. I really wanted to highlight the fact that, again, this is that kind of opportunity that we obviously can take advantage of, especially when it comes to our land that the county owns, and we're able to also access not only our own funds and put that on the table, but also work with other partners who are able to realize other financing and make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and yet another consent calendar chock full of goodness. So let me tell you. Let me start off at the very beginning with item C, which is an Office of Legislative Oversight report on youth workforce and the impacts of COVID-19, especially on summer. And I know that Councilmember Jawando, who led our Summer Rise program for some time, certainly knows all too well about what happens when we don't have our youth connected to jobs and to opportunities. And Luis Cardona, who heads up our Street Outreach Network, has to deal with the repercussions. He's trying to put folks back together who unfortunately are making bad decisions because of the circumstances that they find themselves in. Oftentimes, when it comes to just trying to put food on their table or help a parent be able to pay rent, this is an important issue for us. And as we turn the corner when it comes to the pandemic and start talking about rebuilding, we're going to have to pay very close attention to making sure that we get our young people back employed, give them opportunities. I was on a conference call with universities at Shady Grove last night, and they were talking about the staggering numbers of their students who have been struggling to just try and keep up because they've lost their jobs. These are young people who are trying to do the right thing and to make a positive way about their life in terms of uplifting them and giving them more opportunities, and can't afford to do so. And so we're really going to have to pay very close attention to this and make sure that we develop a robust plan when it comes to workforce development. I also wanted to highlight a couple appropriations that were approved by the Joint Education and Culture and Health and Human Services Committee, led by Councilmember Jawando and Councilmember Reamer, and just thank them for their efforts. I won't speak on those because I know they will, but these are great opportunities for us to continue to address the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, to affect the negative impacts that are happening in our community of when we talk about our at-promise youth, who unfortunately sometimes are disproportionately affected by the justice system, disproportionately affected by discipline, and certainly are challenged. We want to make sure that we give them the resources that are necessary to help them to be successful. And then we have a number of things, including $1 million, item M, for emergency homeless shelter. And I don't want to step on Councilmember Glass's toes, but do just want to say that I look forward to working with you, sir, as our lead on homelessness, as we try to look at a different model that may help to address some of the challenges that we're facing with homelessness, especially when it comes to a regional approach. We just gave Black Rock and Germantown a great recognition for their hub model. And I think that when it comes to homelessness, while we certainly understand that we have to have a large entity a la Progress Place, a la what we had at Goody Drive, the reality is that having some satellite opportunities for us throughout the community are going to best serve our communities that really need that extra assistance. And so I look forward to really working with you to continue to help uplift that. So that's it for me, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Vice President Albornoz.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's so many that I could speak to today, but I'm going to limit mine to 4. I want to first begin by highlighting item B, and want to thank the Office of Legislative Oversight for once again producing a really impressive report. This one was regarding telehealth, which I believe will be an important solution moving forward to addressing those underlying public health disparities that existed prior to the pandemic but have been significantly exacerbated. My colleagues and I all joined in unanimously supporting our legislative body's effort in Annapolis to extend the ability to enhance telemedicine and telehealth through the pandemic in the state of emergency. We will be having a session in March at the HHS committee to talk more about telemedicine and telehealth and see how we can solidify some of those policies here in the county. So look forward to that discussion and appreciate that report. I do want to highlight items J and K. As Chairman Rice mentioned, I want to thank Council Members Reamer and Jawando for introducing this, which of course was in the context of the introduction of a separate bill, but as we all acknowledged unanimously, both of these efforts stand on their own and were expedited by this council so that we could get the resources to both our Department of Health and Human Services, the Collaboration Council, and our Department of Recreation to be able to stand up support for therapeutic recreation programs, which are critically important right now, and also the expansion of an after-school youth engagement hub to help address some of those social and emotional needs that have been growing so exponentially through the pandemic. And I know my colleagues will continue to unanimously support those. And then finally, I wanted to highlight item O, which is the property disposition for 4010 Randolph Road. For almost 50 years, that property served as the headquarters of Montgomery County Department of Recreation and served as the conduit to provide incredible programs and services and support, especially to the most vulnerable across our entire county. And for 12 years, it was my home away from home. And it's so special that I don't normally get nostalgic over buildings, but while it's going down, it's being replaced by something that will continue that legacy of providing incredible support for communities and generations for years to come. And I really do want to thank Councilmember Navarro and her for her leadership on so many different levels, and once again acknowledge that the theater that's there will at some point in the very near future, when we open up again, thanks to Councilmember Navarro's activism and advocacy, we will have a facility close to downtown Wheaton that will provide tremendous arts and entertainment opportunities for residents across the entire community, but particularly those in the Veers Mill and Wheaton corridor. So those were the items that I wanted to highlight today. Mr. Council President could speak to more, but I know we got a lot to get to today, so I yield back to you.
We do. Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will model the best behavior I can and be very brief. I will not speak to anything that's been spoken to, other than to say about the hubs, after-school hubs, and the therapeutic services. Really excited about that moving forward. It's going to help kids immediately and help reduce impacts, dealing with incarceration, dealing with this discipline once we're back in school. So I just really appreciate everyone's support and realizing that we still need to deal with this SRO issue, but understanding that this is important and needs to move forward now. So I appreciate my colleagues. Very happy about Bushy Drive. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro, for your comments. I did want to lift up OLO. You guys are doing great, great work. The two additions to the work program, in addition to the reports that have already been discussed, one I requested about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on women. It's one of the many ways this pandemic has just ravaged so many communities. I mentioned this stat, but I think it's so important. In September, 1 million people stopped looking for work. 80% of them were women. It's just one of the many, many impacts. And so I know there's been a ton of town halls with the Commission on Women. We did one in our office. I'm hoping this can produce some actionable items for myself and our colleagues to work on. And finally, just want to thank all the people who have volunteered their time on the commissions and boards and congratulate them. So I'm going to pause there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start off with item M, which is the $1 million for emergency homeless shelters. Winter's here, and we know that the county needs to continue doing more to end and prevent homelessness. been doing an incredible job, but the confluence of two factors has exacerbated the situation. You know, there's the economic and health pandemic that we are dealing with, and then also there are some infrastructure needs that we are all aware about, that some in our nonprofit service sector and the homeless providers just need more support, physical infrastructure support to help accommodate all those people who need. And what this project will do, what this funding will do, is it'll allow us to, you know, acquire a building or two or three, whatever we're able to do, and help retrofit some of those facilities so that we can have meal service and medical service and case management service, a holistic approach to making sure our most vulnerable communities and individuals have the support that they need, because we know there's a timeline that's ticking, and mainly it is with the incredible work that the Montgomery County Coalition for the Homeless has been doing. But thank you to the city of Rockville for providing them with temporary shelter, that our homeless providers have temporary shelter, and that will end in 2021 on Taft Court. And so we know that we have to find a place for them and the clients that they serve. And so the other aspect is the recreation centers that have been used to house individuals who are experiencing homelessness, which also was really smart action by DGS and REC and HHS to make sure that we could use these underutilized facilities to do right by individuals who need to come in out of the cold. And you know, I really appreciate the HHS Fed work session that was done back in October, a really deep dive into this conversation. And as Councilmember Rice reiterated today, what we heard from also the nonprofit service providers, let's look for as many facilities across the county as we can with this $1 million, because our frontline nonprofit personnel were telling us that one facility is not suitable in this day and age. So I echo his comments. And, you know, ultimately all of these efforts are going to try to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring here in Montgomery County. And then just real quickly, I want to turn to item J, also express my appreciation for Council members Jawando and Reamer for putting forth this funding that'll be wisely used by, you know, HHS, REC, and the Collaboration Council. And the one element that I want to share that we heard during that joint hearing that I really appreciate is that this funding also is going to invest in the nonprofit organizations that are investing in our youth. And that is also through Nonprofit Montgomery. So I think it is a beautifully holistic approach to providing therapeutic services to those students and kids in our community that need it. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I'm really pleased with the forward progress on Bushy Drive. This was the first master plan of this council session. It was my first as chair of the committee, and I thought we did a really great job. Really appreciated Councilmember Navarro's participation in that plan. It was very, very helpful. The plan that we passed is envisioned as a no net loss of affordable housing plan. It significantly increases the zoning for a lot of properties, and then at the same time has a strong focus on delivering set aside, you know, rent restricted affordable housing on public land as well as on private land. And you know, the net result of it is to increase the amount of rent restricted affordable housing in the corridor. And this particular property is one of the keystones of that, although there are several others as well that we ultimately need to see delivered. So great step forward, glad it's happening, and just reiterating it's part of a broader vision that the council adopted for how to do development in a way that preserves and actually expands affordable housing over the long term. Wanted to comment on the appropriations. Really appreciated Chairman Rice's comments on the appropriations around youth development and intervention. And I am grateful for the consensus about these items. I don't want to ruffle feathers, but I'm not going to let the moment go without saying that these were intended to begin a conversation about an alternative model for discipline and intervention and diversion for students. And it is intended to support a shift away from using police in the schools and coming up with an approach that uses other services instead. And that's not an easy task. The more I investigate it, the more challenging I know that it is, and we'll need the full support of the school system, I think, ultimately to pull it off, and the county government. But I do think it's possible. Other school districts are doing it, and I think we should be a leader in this area. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Raymer. Okay, we have a consent calendar. We're enthusiastic about it. Councilmember Rice moved it. Councilmember Navarro seconded it. All those in favor of approving this consent calendar, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Okay, wonderful. Moving on to the district council session. The first item is a work session action on the sectional map amendment H137, which is a comprehensive rezoning application to implement the zoning recommendations contained in the approved and adopted Forest Glen Montgomery Hills sector plan. Ms. Dunn?
Good morning. Yes, before you have the sectional map amendment that implements the Forest Glen Montgomery Hills sectional sector plan. And you held a public hearing. There was I think there were no speakers at the public hearing. We received one piece of correspondence as testimony that was in support of the sectional map amendment to implement the plan. So the Fed committee didn't feel that it was necessary to hold a work session since there was no issues raised by implementing the plan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think we need to, are there any questions? I see no questions. Can we get a motion in support of approving this?
Let's approve the item on the agenda.
The Fed chair moves, the Councilmember Reamer, Friedson seconds. All those in favor of approving the sectional map amendment, please raise your hands. That is...
Mr. President, this is a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. I beg your pardon. Please call the roll.
Mr. Glass?
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Giwando?
Yes.
Mr. Giwando votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes.
Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson?
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Mr. Albarnos?
Yes.
Mr. Albarnos votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes.
That is unanimous. Okay. Thank you. Item B is introduction of the subdivision regulation amendment 2002, subdivision ordinance revisions, clarifications, and corrections. The lead sponsor is the council president at the request of the planning board. Public hearing is scheduled for February 9th, 2021. Mr. Zions, are you with us?
I am with you. There's nothing to say on this. This is a relatively comprehensive amendment. There are a number of substantive changes that are detailed in the staff report, and this is the start of a process.
Terrific. Thank you. That bill is introduced. Item C is the zoning text amendment 2007 in the R60 zone, uses and standards. Lead sponsor is Councilmember Giwando. Councilmember Giwando? Do you have any comments on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hucker. Council President Hucker. When I was for the last several years, I've talked a lot about the Montgomery County Promise, the idea that people live here and come here and move here because there's economic opportunity for everybody. There's world-class public schools. We have diverse and welcoming neighborhoods, and that it comes with a quality of life and a purpose that we can help our neighbors and live in a safe, habitable house. We know that not everyone shares in this promise. It's something that we're all working hard to try to expand. And certainly access to safe, clean, and affordable housing is part of that diverse and safe neighborhoods bucket within the Montgomery County Promise. Unfortunately, we, of course, have a lack of affordable housing. We have a lack of housing stock in general at all price points. And I agree with that, and that's very important. So today I'm introducing two proposals to ensure that we have more housing for more people. ZTA 2007, which we're talking about now, and Bill 5220, which is related to anti-rent gouging, which we'll discuss later this afternoon, will increase the overall housing stock in the county and preserve affordable housing near transit. This morning, I'd like to just briefly talk about this ZTA. It would allow in R60 zoned properties, so residential R60 lots, 6,000 square foot maximums, for properties located within 1 mile of metro rail stations to build missing middle housing, duplexes, townhomes, multifamily structures within a form-based approach within the current R60 lot coverage in the building heights and the setbacks. And this would be for projects within 1/2 of a mile. There'll be a little more flexibility and reduced parking requirements, realizing that the likelihood of using metro is more available. The number of units per acre would not be regulated. However, the flexibility provided under the ZTA would only be allowed for projects on 25,000 square feet of land area or less. This square footage allows multiple missing middle housing types to be constructed on one parcel of land while still preserving the character of the neighborhood and fitting in with the normal look and feel. The average home price in Montgomery County for 2020 is $478,000. And actually in October, the sales have been over $500,000, which is out of range for many home buyers. So more houses, more homes for more people addresses the problem faced when affordability challenges meet availability, trying to provide enough housing along with more affordable housing. So together, this ZTA and the bill we'll discuss later related to anti-rent gouging will help us accomplish these important shared goals. More affordable housing near transit, greater accessibility to employment opportunities for people who rely on transit, a positive impact on the environment due to fewer cars on the road, and allowing for these different housing types, duplexes, triplexes, quads, that will help address the dire need for more housing stock overall and at different price points. Final thing I want to say, it's a false dichotomy, and the other reason I introduced these proposals together, to say that the solution to our housing issues is a supply side answer solely or a regulatory answer solely, and never the twain will meet. We have to do both. Supply will never make rents go down enough. It will decrease the increase, which is very important, but it's not sufficient. Increasing supply while ensuring renter protections is the balance we need to provide everyone in our community the safe and diverse neighborhood that they are entitled to. That's why I'm introducing these today. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments goal that we've all unanimously agreed said that we have to add these 320,000 housing units in our region by 2030, which includes 10,000 units here in Montgomery County. In the 2019, we passed that, and I agreed with that 100%. But 75% of the new housing should be affordable to low and middle income individuals. If we're going to meet these goals, ambitious goals, we're going to need an all hands on deck approach that includes multiple solutions and gets us out of the normal debates. So we need more and different housing. It's not an either or, it's a both and we need protections. And I think doing it near transit is a good place to start. So thank you, Mr. President, and I hope my colleagues will support these important proposals.
Thank you. Councilmember Ream.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to express appreciation to Councilmember Jawando for taking the time to craft this. He and I have had some discussions, and as he knows, I've been working on a missing middle zoning text amendment, specifically around duplexes and triplexes for some time, and I'm looking forward to introducing that as well in January. The council has put this issue forward in a variety of different ways. We passed the accessory dwelling unit zoning change a year ago, which is already producing a lot of missing middle housing, and I think is a really big step forward. The Silver Spring Downtown Master Plan is also considering how to apply missing middle housing, duplexes, triplexes, essentially, in different neighborhoods around the fringe of downtown Silver Spring. And of course, the Thrive 2050 plan is one of the bigger issues of the plan is the question of the future of missing middle housing in the county, and seeks to establish a policy framework that would then be implemented in a succession of master plans, functional master plans, sector plans, and so forth. So this is a big topic that we're all grappling with, and I think this particular proposal is I'll be interested to see the community feedback. It's going to be, I think, certainly a challenge for some communities to embrace, but at the same time, it is ultimately a necessary conversation for us to have. So we'll wade into that in the new year. I do want to say, and we'll talk about the rent control legislation a bit later, but the two are related, deeply. This proposal will, I think, almost certainly not yield rental housing if rent control ordinance is also established. You'll only get for sale options because if the rent control ordinance were applied, I don't think anyone would find that they would likely be able to build the missing middle housing and recoup their investment. I think it would likely mean that you get for sale missing middle, and you actually probably lose missing middle housing, as we're seeing in Tacoma Park. Tacoma Park has a long history of having single family houses that have been converted to duplexes and triplexes, and actually we're losing those now because the owners can't make the numbers work with rent control, and they find that they can sell the house as a single family house for far more than they can make renting it. And so if you look at the numbers, you actually see there's fewer rental housing units in Tacoma Park today than there were 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And we'll talk about rent control, but we have to remember there is a connection between missing middle here as well. So thank you. Look forward to continuing to work on these issues.
Thank you. Terrific. So that is item C. Item D is introduction of ZTA 2008 concerning residential care facility, continuing care, retirement community. Lead sponsor is the council president at the request of the planning board. Mr. Zients, do you have any comment on this?
I do not. There is some issues on this issue that the hearing examiner had in reviewing some conditional use approvals. The issue is what are the circumstances under which independent living housing is allowed in these situations, and this attempts to clarify it, and I'll give the council the opportunity to explicitly say what it wants to do in this area.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Zients. Okay, so these are now introduced. We can move on to agenda item 4, the county fiscal update. I believe we've been joined by Mr. Howard and Mr. Smith. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I'm going to give everyone a quick overview, roadmap of this morning's discussion on the fiscal update. Then I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith to provide some key highlights of the update document the council received yesterday. And then executive branch staff is here to go through their presentation.
Before you get into that, let me recognize the GO committee chair, please, who has some introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so as my colleagues know, especially those who have been here before, this is one of those types of fiscal updates that are super important in terms of giving us a clearer picture of where we stand. Obviously, this has been a year like no other, and so this particular update, as we will hear promptly, will include a lot of still question marks, a lot of unknowns. But I think it's important to, first of all, recognize the extraordinary effort of our council staff. I appreciate the fact that they were able to put all of this together so quickly because we received this information very late yesterday, which is unfortunate because this is one, again, of the most important briefings that, we usually have, and it informs, in many ways, what we're going to do going forward. I will say that, of course, we have been briefed at various points regarding CARES funding, FEMA reimbursement funding, pay differential, and other pandemic-related expenditures. And I think that each of this discussion has been really important, but it is at some point in time when we have all of these issues coming together that we will understand the fuller picture. I also want to remind all of us that the fact that this council quickly shifted in order to adopt a continuity of operations budget was important as well, because we knew we had to do everything possible to position ourselves in a way that could free up some funds that we could quickly deploy for our pandemic-related expenses. And I think that was, we were able to, save something around almost $7 million, I believe it was, because of that approach, and that's important. Also, question A plays a very important role in everything that we do going forward. I think that it was a very positive outcome for us. That's going to be very helpful. But there is no doubt that our expenditures are continuing to grow, especially in light of this renewed sort of wave that seems to be even more dire than the previous COVID-19 wave. So that's going to be really critical. I want to point out that this is a council and with previous councils that worked diligently to reach our 10% goal for reserves. Obviously, this was just one component of what we committed to do with the last recession. There was a menu of options that we took on during the last recession, and it included things like progressive furloughs, like restructuring benefits. We even rebased the school system's budget. It was just an extraordinary heavy lift, while at the same time committing ourselves to particular fiscal policies to ensure that we could stand up the county in the most auspicious and strong way. And so it is, I think, in a way, very positive that we had been able to reach the 10% level. But as you're going to hear, we've had to use that money, and that's what it's for. Nonetheless, we're going to have to take that into consideration going forward. So these are all elements of great importance. The Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee, of course, is going to begin work on our spending affordability guidelines early in the year. That also will be something that we're going to have to watch very carefully. Let's not forget the issue of debt service and how that plays into this conversation. So I guess what I'm saying is that there are still so many pieces here that are in play. The biggest question mark is going to be, what will Congress do in terms of additional relief for jurisdictions directly for our residents? That's going to, of course, play a major role, and it's still a big question mark. But in all, I will say that I think that the decisions that we've made in previous years have positioned us to weather this crisis better than perhaps other jurisdictions. But we have got to be realistic about some of those very, very large expenditures that will very quickly position us in a place of real concern. And so with that, Mr. President, I thank you. And I, again, want to thank my staff as well as, finance and OMB. I know that it's not easy. It's not an easy time to be juggling a lot of different issues and putting out fires. I understand that. But again, it's very important that we also give ourselves enough time to examine and analyze, digest, and hopefully very soon, Mr. President, have a conversation with the county executive, et cetera, to see if there are contingency plans going forward in the event that we have to make some difficult fiscal decisions like we had to do during the last recession. Thank you, Mr. President.
That seems wise and prudent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me turn it back to Mr. Howard and Mr. Smith, and then we'll get to the executive branch staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for those comments, Ms. Navarro. So each year in December, the council receives a fiscal update from the executive on the fiscal plan. This update typically focuses on revised revenue estimates, which coincides with the November income tax distribution, which we received this year on, I think, November 30th, so just over a week ago. However, given the unique nature of this fiscal year amid the global health pandemic and many of the different factors that Ms. Navarro just mentioned, this update also includes expenditure estimates for the county government based on the FY21 first quarter expenditures. So it will be a little bit different than in past years, but both council staff and executive branch staff felt it was important to do it, to provide this information given the current situation. Today's discussion will be a high-level overview, and then the council will have a follow-up session in January to discuss this update in more detail. Again, a little bit different in past years to have two different sessions, but given the timing and information included in this update, we felt a follow-up session will be very important. Unfortunately, although not unexpectedly, the update you will hear today presents a sobering picture of the county's fiscal situation. At the same time, as Ms. Navarro mentioned, there are several unknowns that we'll have a better sense of in mid-January. A couple of big ones would be the FEMA's response to the county's reimbursement submissions and the status of a potential second federal relief package. So council staff will continue to work with council members and executive staff to one, better understand the fiscal picture for the council's discussion in January. Two, to address any questions or requests that come up during today's discussion, which we anticipate there may be several. And three, to work on developing appropriate strategies and policy options for the council to consider based on the fiscal situation and the additional information that we receive. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith to do a quick overview of the fiscal update.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Just a reminder for council members and those watching at home, the fiscal plan is a unique document that the council and the county uses to understand our fiscal situation. It includes revenues, expenditures, reserves, etc. And as always, we use the important term, it's a point in time, a reference of a point in time. Clearly, as revenues, expenditures, or other items change, those would be included in the fiscal plan. It would change the fiscal picture. And so as Mr. Howard and Ms. Navarro have said, this is an important briefing for the council and will allow us to be able to continue to work with the executive and executive staff to understand how to respond not only to the pandemic, but to the county's fiscal situation in 21 and going into fiscal 22. With that, I will note a couple of things and save a lot for our executive staff to share more details about. Specifically for revenues this year, the County Department of Finance has updated the revenue picture on the tax supported side, and they're estimating that there will be about $100.6 million less in tax supported revenues based on the current collections to date. I'm sorry, this $100.6 million less than what we approved, the council approved in the fiscal 21 budget. The largest decline with these taxes are with the income tax at about $57.5 million, but others that are contributing to this are the recordation and transfer tax and the hotel motel tax. As I said, Finance will provide more details about these specific reductions as they present. One area of good news is the county's property taxes. There's not a large decline in that this year. In fact, there's a small increase. And then for the future years, for fiscal 22 through 26, Finance has included the passage of Question A. And so the property taxes will grow now at the economic growth of the county or the assessment growth of the county and not at the inflation rate. One note the council staff wants to make for property taxes, though, is that the commercial side has not seen a lot of lower assessments due to the pandemic. And we're not sure where that will go, but that certainly should that occur, that may impact the property tax side that is not included in this fiscal plan. As Mr. Howard noted, and as the OMB cover memo noted, the Office of Managed Budget this year did do a quarterly one analysis. So they took the first 3 months of the fiscal 21 quarter, of the fiscal 21 year, and did an estimate for annual expenditures. And currently they're estimating that the Montgomery County government's budget will be $194 million over appropriations, or greater than what was appropriated in June by the council. This does include some of the pandemic-related expenditures, adjusting for how much PPE, say, was bought in the early months of fiscal 21 and not including that in the later months unless it's needed. And it also does continue the pay differential through the remainder of fiscal 21 at this moment. So that's important to note that that is included in this fiscal plan and this estimate. other assumptions that are important for the council to understand as the finance and OMB present is that there is $100.3 million roughly assumed in FEMA reimbursement in the revenue side of this fiscal plan. That's important to note because that's not actually received yet. And based on that, what OMB has assumed is that the county will submit about $200 million worth of reimbursement through the whole fiscal 21, and that about a 50% rate will be received back from FEMA. Obviously, should that change, that would change both the revenue side. If it's greater, obviously there'd be more resources available for the county's budget. If it's less, there would be fewer resources, and ultimately that would have to come from reserves. The fiscal plan doesn't include a lot of information about the CARES funding. I know that will be an item that council staff will continue to work on with the executive staff. OMB can share a little bit about how that accounting will work. For now, they have included an $86 million offset in the Montgomery County government expenditures to note that the CARES funding will be used for that. And then finally, as Ms. Navarro noted about reserves, council staff will say that the reserves will close, the reserves closed fiscal 20 about $62 million less than anticipated. And obviously, as we go into fiscal 21, the fiscal 20 reserves is what we start with. In addition, based on the current spend rate and current revenue estimates, OMB estimates that the county's reserves will finish fiscal 21 at $139 million less than anticipated, or at 7.6% adjusted governmental revenues. So it's important to know that these reserves are based on the current known facts. Certainly as things will change, those would change. And again, I just will note that that includes the $100 million assumption for FEMA reimbursement, the ongoing pay differential through the remainder of fiscal 21, that the county does not receive any additional federal aid, that there is no change to MOE for Montgomery County Public Schools or the college, and that nothing has been annualized based on ongoing pandemic-related expenditures. So with that, OMB did assume a 10% reserve policy for fiscal 22 and beyond, but based on the current fiscal realities, this would require a 12% reduction to both county government and parks and planning. And so, as Ms. Navarro said, when we get to spending affordability guidelines in January, this will be of utmost importance to balance that and understand how that will look. Given the current fiscal realities, a 12% reduction is highly unlikely. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mr. President, and I believe the Department of Finance has a presentation for the council.
Terrific. Mr. Madaleno, do you want to jump in before finance, or?
Yes, I was going to introduce the executive panel.
Introduce your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, congratulations. You took a perfect time to become president of the county council. So thank you to Mr. Howard and Mr. Smith for their presentation and working with us. I think there's been a great degree of collaboration between the executive staff and the council staff to share information and keep them up to date so that all of you and our residents also have an opportunity to be up to date. I greatly appreciate the comments that Ms. Navarro made at the beginning to sort of set the table about what we are discussing today, because it is important to reiterate to everyone who's paying attention, this is a snapshot in time of what we know and quite frankly, what we don't know. So this is always, I think, the most challenging briefing, because there are going to be so many more data points that pop up between now and March 15th, and now and when you come back in January. The Board of Revenue Estimates meeting this week, the State Department of Assessments and Taxation's release of our new assessments, which of course, it's important to note, will reflect the last 3 years of assessment growth in the group that is to be reassessed. And this year, that area is the east part of the county, Burtonsville, Olney, flipping all the way around through Montgomery Village, Gaithersburg, and sort of down both sides of 270 to roughly Montrose Road. So it is an interesting set of properties that make up the group that will be reassessed by the state on January 1st. And again, it's the last 3 years of assessment growth, so not just the period of most disruption during the last 6 months. FY20 closeout and the reserve position that we're in, it's important to note there were some unusual dynamics that I think leave our reserves lower at the end of FY20 than they actually are today. First and foremost, we had an enormous amount of spending in the fourth quarter, some of which we've been able to cover through the CRF and other federal funds, but some of which we were unable to bank for the closeout date. The federal government extended tax filings from April 15th to July 15th. The state doesn't pay us back, doesn't give our distribution for July until August after the books closed for the accrual period. So payments that came in that reflect still tax year 2019 were delayed a long period of time, and they showed up in August when in fact our distribution was double its normal size, and I think in excess of nearly $30 million above the estimate to reflect that delay. And then, of course, there were some droppage in revenues in the fourth quarter that we simply will not make up, most notably things like the energy tax and the hotel tax, which just was decimated and probably will not be returning until we get to some post-vaccine normal. So while the numbers are lower at the end of 20, they aren't necessarily that bad right now. This, in many ways, is the worst case scenario that is being laid out because it makes a series of assumptions that are the assumptions we have to make, right? We know many of the relief and assistance programs from the federal government end at the end of the calendar year. All the additional unemployment insurance benefits end. And so that lack of support and that lack of income flowing into our residents both reduces our income tax and reduces economic activity within the community. So it has a substantial impact there. The lack of additional federal funds to continue to support what we all know and what the county executive intends to do, and I'm sure all of you intend to do, is to make sure that we continue to have testing available and contact tracing and the supports for individuals. We've had to submit a supplemental appropriation, which you're taking up today, to make sure that we continue to operate all of the programming for our minority health initiatives, as well as our food support program. Now, a lot of that money might be reimbursable by FEMA or just directly paid for by the federal government when and if a new relief bill and or stimulus bill passes. What we do know is this bipartisan bicameral bill that has been floated in Washington actually provides more money for state and local governments than the CARES Act did by a factor of $10 billion. But how that's distributed and what its use will be is still unknown. The initial assessments from the National Association of Counties said that money will come to counties based upon population and revenue loss. And your revenue loss in proportion with the revenue loss of local governments within your state. And so obviously, as the largest jurisdiction in the state, both from a revenue standpoint and from a population standpoint, that could be beneficial for the money flowing in. And if it is without the strings attached that the CRF had, that could be very helpful in helping us resolve some of our issues. It's always important to note within this plan, as we discuss every year, we put a set aside for snow. We've put a set aside this year for the amount of federal funds that might not come our way out of FEMA, to be very prudent, to give you all kind of the worst case scenario picture moving forward. I just want to reiterate what I think Mr. Smith said in his presentation. This revenue forecast is markedly better than the revenue forecast from June, which showed almost a revenue loss that was double this. So this is substantially better from a revenue standpoint. there are some big question marks. The federal government could stabilize the national outlook by an additional relief bill, and certainly stabilize state and local governments through an additional relief bill. But in the absence of that sort of action, these are the types of difficult decisions and the size and scope of the decisions that will be before the executive in pulling together the budget and you in enacting the budget, and any changes we would have to make during the interim in order to remain balanced, and in order to make sure we are keeping up with our adopted fiscal policies as much as possible. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Coveyou, because Finance has a presentation, and then I believe Ms. Bryant has some words for you, and then we'll answer your questions.
Terrific. Thank you. Mr. Coveyou.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Mr. Madaleno, Mr. Smith pretty much said everything that I would say, except for maybe a couple things. And in the hopes of not being too duplicative, I would add one more thing, actually. The recession scenario that we're working from on this series of revenue estimates actually has the vaccine coming to us later than what it looks like it is going to happen. So that's actually more good news, and actually might have a more profound effect than we might think at this point on what happens in the last part of fiscal year 21. Again, as has been noted multiple times, these revenue estimates are much better than the July estimates, and there's still a large loss from the adopted budget, and most of that, of course, is in the income tax, which took a horrible hit, along with the hotel tax, and both of those are for very obvious reasons. For less obvious reasons, although similar reasons, property transactions were down mostly the first several months of the pandemic, not so much recently. They've actually rebounded to a large extent in the last 2 months. The last 2 months being before the current spike, which frankly, if you recall back to last February, March, April timeframe, they were talking about a second spike, and I'm not sure, or a second wave that was worse than even the first wave. We don't know if that's the case now. We know that this wave is very harsh at this point. So we don't know what's going to happen with property transfers at this point. We don't know what's going to happen with commercial property appeals. We've been following commercial property appeals with the State Department of Assessments and Taxation. They have not diverged from historical norms at this point. I don't know that that will continue. I would expect that commercial property owners that are leasing their properties are going to probably start appealing more than they have been during this year. I don't know for a fact that that's going to happen. I'm presuming that it may happen. So the property tax may take a hit later in this fiscal year. The hit may not come until after this fiscal year, because there's a very large lag from the date that a property owner appeals the assessment and the appeal is finalized, either at the first step or at the last step being courts of appeal. So we don't know what's going to happen with that. We do know that commercial property transfers have been far less than in previous years. Residential transfers have again rebounded very well in the last couple months, and because mortgage lending rates are so low right now, and because the difference between what a person owes and what a person takes out in a refinancing, the cash out, if you will, because that cash out portion only is taxable for the recordation tax, recordation taxes have rebounded recently also. Fuel energy taxes, as I think we talked about in July, have declined slightly, and that's primarily because we've actually had a moderate year temperature-wise, but also there's been a shift away from intensive commercial property use to residential use, and it hasn't been equivalent. You haven't made up for the lost commercial electric and gas usage on the residential side. It's been made up to some extent, and I just think that means that people leave their air conditioning on in the summertime in their homes when they go to work, and in commercial buildings, if your building isn't being used, you don't have to have the air conditioning on. Those are the high points or the low points, if you want to look at it that way, of the tax revenues. I was just going to ask if you had questions about them or wanted to talk about specific ones. David Platt, our chief economist, is with us today. We can go through the PowerPoint presentation if you like. It just adds more detail to this, but our main point is that income taxes are down as we expected, as we've been expecting for the whole coronavirus crisis period, and we knew that hotel taxes were going to crater. They did, and we expected property tax appeals on the commercial side to increase significantly during this period. That has not happened yet, and that's why property taxes are not expected to decline at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Platt or Ms. Bryant. Are you jumping in? Would you like to jump in at this point before we get to questions from council members?
Sure. First, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Katz for his leadership over the past year, and congratulations to Councilmember Hucker and Councilmember Arbonaz on your new role with the council, and looking forward to your leadership in the year going forward. I don't know that I have much more to say than CAO Madaleno and Michael Coveyou on the fiscal update. As far as the revenues are concerned. As far as the expenditures are concerned, we are in a vicarious situation. We want to be in a position as a county government to make sure that our most vulnerable residents are taken care of, and that all of our residents are able to weather this public health emergency, and that we are doing all that we can to aid and assist them. And in light of that, the county's response to the pandemic has been ongoing and longstanding, and we will continue to stand with our communities, our business partners, and our community partners who are also helping to deliver critical services to our residents during this time. With that said, having a position as to whether we can, we could stand with our residents, and that we should stand with our residents is costly. And we are hopeful that all of our efforts will not go without being recognized by the federal government in some aspect, and by FEMA through the submissions that we have made to date and the submissions that we will make in the future, in hopes of getting large sums of reimbursement. But with that, we will have to be cautious in proceeding forward with how we present our services, and remain cautious in how we spend our money. Of course, we want to be able to support our greater needs, but in this aspect, there will be obviously some give and take. We want to make sure that we are prepared for what could potentially come from the federal government, or what could potentially not come from the federal government. So in light of that, we do want to exercise caution, in how we move forward with anything that looks like a potential savings plan or any savings that we will need to garner and preserve for moving forward in development of the FY22 budget. We just want to make sure that we are being as transparent as we possibly can with, of course, the county executive and you, the council, and working together in making sure that we can continue to stand up critical services for our residents and still be fiscally prudent and do all that we can to protect our AAA bond rating, which plays a big part in whether or not we get great rates for our bond sales in our capital projects arena. So I have Chris Mullen from our staff here, who is a budget manager, and I want to call him the macro person extraordinaire because he does keep all of these numbers that are flowing in and out, and the numbers from closeout or preliminary closeout of our FY21 budget, how we will continue to manage FY21, and as we move into development of the FY22 budget with the county executive, and looking forward to continuing our discussions and our partnerships with the county council staff as well. So with that, I don't know if Chris has anything that he would like to add. I want to thank council staff for actually going over their packet. We certainly want to continue our partnership with them and keeping everyone up to date as much as we can as this fiscal picture moves and shifts. This is, as the CAO noted, a snapshot in time, something that we are tracking closely. There are many variables and many uncertainties that surround all of what's in our current fiscal assumptions, hoping that as we start to close out this year and move into 2021, that we have more clearer picture of what we face and can come up with some strategies, options, and ideas of how to mitigate any negative impacts that we may see. So with that, I want to see if Chris, if you have anything to say from your perspective of your update of the actual macro.
No, at this point, I think I'm good. I think Jenny and Rich and Mike covered everything. Just like Jenny was saying, there's a lot of unknowns out there, and we're just working through it every day to update our assumptions and make sure we have the right, assumptions in the fiscal plan. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. So somewhere Steve Barber is smiling since you reminded us that this is a snapshot in time. Mr. Covey, do you have you mentioned a PowerPoint that you have? You have something else you want to share with us?
There's a PowerPoint. I think it's the last part of the packet, actually. We can go through it if you like. It's just more detail on the revenues per se.
Sure. I think we like the detail. If you want to walk us through the slides quickly, then we can get to the council members' question.
Sure. Let's see. Can somebody project it?
You have access if you'd like to share your screen.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
And there's a green share screen icon, and you can select the exact window. Oh, perfect.
Yep. Can you see that okay?
We can.
Yes, okay. Okay, so the overview is we provide this every December. Right now, nearly final, but not final quite yet. Tax year 19, which is calendar year 19, income tax receipts are almost completely known, and a lot of factors were able to be updated on the economy, and later in the next month or so, we'll be giving you another update on this. And David Platt can actually speak to the details within the details here, but the unemployment rate on the county's economy slide went from 2.7% in October of last year to 7.5% this year. That is not a surprise to anybody. I think everybody who is paying attention to this hearing is aware of what's going on with employment. Personal income, the third bullet, expected to increase 1.8% from 18 to 19, but decline 2.1% from calendar 19 to calendar 20. It's also expected to increase, wage and salary income is expected to increase for 18 to 19, but decrease from 19 to 20 also. Existing home sales increased from 18 to 19, and they still have increased even more through October of 20 from October of 2019. Sales prices have also increased significantly, actually. This may or may not be reflected in the reassessments that are coming out at the end of December. Again, we have a triennial assessment system, so roughly 1/3 of the county is covered every year. The SDAT, the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, has to cut off its data at some point so it can actually analyze the assessments. They will have more than likely cut it off in the late September, early October range, which is what they normally do. A bunch of this assessment growth has occurred actually in the last couple months. So that may not all be reflected in the assessments, the new assessments that are coming out at the end of December and will be in effect for the fiscal year that begins next July. Inflation is even less existent than it has been the last couple of years, estimated to be only 0.7% in calendar year 20. That would have had a more negative effect on the old charter limit that was in effect and is in effect for this year than that for FY22, that is, than we had estimated. So the difference between the old charter limit and the question A, the new charter limit, is more than doubled in this analysis. It's not a huge number, $17 million, but it was less than $17 million when we looked at it a couple months ago. Outlook for the remainder of the fiscal year suggests a decrease in total revenues of 1.2% from 20, but an increase of 1.8% from 21 to 22. Changes in revenue estimates mainly attributed to, as we said before, income transfer, recordation, hotel tax, and also to a lesser extent, fuel energy tax. The largest share, we're on the income tax distribution slide. The largest share of the county's income tax revenues for any tax year comes in quarterly distributions of withholdings and estimated payments. And the November distribution reflects actual results from the prior tax year, in this case, tax year 2019, and that provides a near final review of last year's tax liability. The outliers are possibly dozens, maybe 100 or 200 accounts that were not finalized for the November distribution. Those will show up very likely in February, and those can sometimes be large payments from individuals. Because of year-to-year volatility in the November reconciliation distributions, and by far the highest or the largest distribution of the year, the State Board of Revenue Estimates always cautions against using the percent changes from November to November for that particular component every year. And we always temper the November distribution estimate for the future. David left an example here. The November reconciliation distribution, that's reconciling the prior calendar year or tax year's final amount or almost final amount was $151.5 million and 33.4% below the November 2019 distribution of $227.4 million. But it was very close to what was expected, actually. For income tax, the economic factors, resident employment again estimated to decrease from 19 to 20, but increase very, very slightly from 20 to 21. Personal income also estimated to decrease from 19 to 20, but increase close to 2% next year. Wage and salary income follows accordingly. We worked with estimates scenarios from Moody's Analytics to build these estimates. The State Bureau of Revenue Estimates also uses Moody's Analytics and a similar model to do the state estimates. And again, the State Board of Revenue Estimates is meeting at 11 o'clock on Friday. We will be watching that. We will actually be asking them a lot of questions immediately following. They are always very good about explaining how they got to where they got to and why they think we're going where they think we're going. So that's a very good conversation that we'll have throughout the rest of December and into January. We should have a much better feel for where income taxes are going for the rest of the year after the board meets and after we are able to talk to the Bureau of Revenue Estimates. Again, property taxes not expected to do much. I did note that question A meant about a $17 million change for the better compared to the old charter limit for FY22. That's good news. That's a little over a penny on the tax rate as an equivalent. A penny bringing in somewhere between 17 and $18 million on the countywide taxes. Property tax revenues estimated to increase 2.2% from 20 to 21 and 2.5% from 21 to 22. We'll see exactly what happens with commercial appeals of their property assessments. Again, I expect to see more activity during calendar 22 than we have seen to date through calendar 21. We really are surprised that there hasn't been more activity than there has been, to tell you the truth. Transferred recordation taxes, residential portion of the transfer tax increased 16.5%, but collections from non-residential or commercial real estate decreased 57.2%. The commercial market obviously is much, much smaller than the residential market in Montgomery County. Collections from non-residential transfers are very, very volatile over the year. It could be a couple of very large projects that have a beneficial or a bad effect on the revenues. Total transferred tax revenues expected to decrease a little over 6% from 20 to 21, and that's only because of the non-residential changes, because the residential are coming in well at this point. And total recordation tax revenues, which include the cash out portion of the refinancings, and only the cash out portion of the refinancings, are expected to be $54 million in FY21, which is down a little over 6%, but they're forecast to increase in FY22, and hopefully, you know, the fact that the vaccines are going to be coming much sooner than we expected even a couple months ago may make activity spike even more than we expected. Risks to the forecast: impact on income tax revenues during the latter part of FY20 and FY21 is attributed to COVID-19, and it has an effect on employment and income. Population, just regular population growth, has tailed off to some extent, and that actually impinges on employment growth also. So as your population tends to increase at a lower rate, your population of employment increases at a roughly similar rate. The decline in the November reconciliation from prior year's distribution for income taxes is attributed to the impact of capital gains and tax planning by mostly wealthy county taxpayers reacting to TCJA, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that was put into place at the end of calendar year 17. Actually, total growth in taxable assessments from the prior fiscal year, rather than the growth in inflation from the prior calendar year, will now determine the charter limit. So, as Gene Smith said earlier, we're looking at economic growth, the growth in the assessable base, rather than the growth in inflation in the general economy. Sales of existing homes and prices for the remainder of calendar year 20 and 21 have been and will be affected by COVID-19. Partially because of continuing high employment and reductions in personal income. But again, we've had good growth in the last couple months. That, when I say the last couple months, in this case, I mean September and October. I do not mean November. We will not have November data for another several days, actually. I would expect that November data will have also been better than expected a few months ago, but maybe not as good as October, which was a very, very good month. Okay. And revisions by the BRE on Friday will affect income tax revenue estimates that we make very directly and very quickly, actually, as we talk to them about again where they think we're going and why they think we're going, where they think we're going. And I think those are the high points.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Covey. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate the slide deck. I think that's the real substance here. I think we started with the spin and ended with the substance. I appreciate actually getting to the substance of this fiscal report. Obviously, there's a lot of analysis that needs to get, to take place for council members, for our staff, because we didn't get this until after 5 o'clock last night. I would have hoped that we would have gotten it sooner, but I know we're going to do a follow-up conversation. And, I do understand that there are a lot of moving parts here and things that we still don't know, including the Friday Board of Revenue Estimates meeting. I know those meetings very well. They're a scramble. It used to be a scramble for me in my old job, but and obviously I'm relieved that this is much better than what we had thought and where things were previously and what the projections were, by a single order of magnitude. But first of all, the idea that this is, as it was framed, in many ways a worst case scenario, that's just not true. The data and the risks and the things that we don't know don't reflect that. Everything that the county is signaling with where we might have to head with public health standards don't reflect that. The state of the virus and what that could mean for residents and businesses and their incomes and their livelihoods don't reflect that. And so the idea that, I understand you can only do an analysis based on the data points that you have, and I totally respect that, but to spin it into the idea that this is a best case scenario, is just not realistic. And to me, it's irresponsible. And, frankly, we've been dealing with this for months and months since basically the beginning of the pandemic, but, hope is not a fiscal strategy. And it's obviously relieving that we're not nearly at quite as bad of a situation as we thought we might be, which, by the way, was a situation that involved us thinking that we could run out of money potentially if we didn't make drastic changes to our spending patterns by the spring. And so prudently, the Department of Finance and the executive branch suggested that we take out a line of credit. I think that was the right thing to do. But besides that, and besides a extremely modest savings plan in light of hundreds of millions of dollars of potential revenue shortfalls. It's a good thing this is better than what it might have been, because it seems that the executive branch has done very little substantively to make drastic changes to address an unprecedented situation in a very precarious fiscal outlook. So I just wanted to note that and point that out because it is very concerning. Few questions. One, Mr. Covey, I appreciate the fact that you said you've been a little bit surprised about the commercial property tax assessment activity, and that you would expect, and I would agree with you, that calendar year 2022 will be much more active than others. I mean, everything else in this data reflects that, right? You just look at the hotel tax. That would reflect that every hotel that has drastically reduced the amount of tax they're collecting, which is based on occupancy, is going to appeal based on the lack of income that they're receiving. All the businesses that have been impacted by this pandemic, based on no fault of their own, those facilities, if they can't pay their rent and the landlord can't cover the mortgage, and they can't cover the mortgage in a triple net lease, ultimately somebody's going to appeal, and so there's significant risk. The fact that there's going to be more activity in fiscal year 22, the only activity that there can be from a commercial property tax assessment is downward. Correct? I mean, nobody appeals their property tax assessment to pay more, right? So that's all downside. Yeah. So
that is true. And that's actually what I said. You're just
I'm
saying
agreeing
what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm totally agreeing with you. What I'm trying to point out is what you said and what the report says is different from how we started, which is a suggestion that this is in many ways a best case scenario. It's not in many ways a best case scenario. It's a snapshot in time based on the limited information that we have, and there is still a lot of potential downside risk in this. And so, I look at this and say that we need to be extremely prudent, and while we should be relieved that this hasn't quite had the devastating immediate economic impact that we thought it might have when we thought we would fall off a financial cliff back in the spring and heading into the summer, the real risk has just been delayed, and perhaps it'll be smoothed out over time, and that is a benefit. But it seems to me, based on what we're seeing here, that there is an assumption that either we have to make massive cuts to county government, we have to make drastically different spending decisions, or we have to completely draw down the reserves. And the challenge with drawing down the reserves, as you said, Mr. Covey, there's a lot of risk in FY22. And likely there's risk then in 23 and beyond, particularly if property tax assessments last 3 years. And so, the lingering impact that has on our budget will continue and proceed. So it's troubling to me, looking at the same data points that we're looking at and saying that this is in many ways a best case scenario, because we've been told that everything that we get is a best case scenario, and that has, in my view, stopped the important, difficult, critical decisions that need to be made to put us in a stronger financial position to be able to weather the storm in the long term. Yes, we've gotten through the immediate issues, but there are longer term issues that linger. As part of this, the pay differential, it's assumed in here, the amount it's assumed is $45 million for the remainder of this fiscal year. Is that correct? From January 1st to June 30th?
Yeah, from January 1st to June 30th. Yeah, that's $45 million. Yeah.
$45 million. Okay. We were told previously that if differential pay is going to continue beyond the CARES Act funding by Mr. Maddalena, I don't know if Mr. Maddalena is still on, but that it would come back to the council. A discussion would come back to the council. I think we were told that on October the 13th, if I had to check. Is that still the
Yes, it is.
process?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And then currently for FEMA reimbursements, the assumption is that there's going to be $200 million submitted to FEMA is the belief that the executive branch would be able to do 200 million in FEMA submissions between January 1st and the end of the year, because that would be drastically more than the FEMA submissions than the executive branch will have been able to do up to the end of this calendar.
We will finish the calendar year with more than $100 million worth of reimbursements submitted. Part of the 200 million, to be very clear, assumes the pay differential continuing. Obviously, if there is no pay differential because of some other agreement, if it doesn't, that there are assumptions in what would be part of that 200 million. What would be
but the pay differential, though, is the hardest, as we've been told repeatedly, is the hardest to submit, because personnel costs are the hardest. They take the most laborious, the most challenging. I'm just pointing out the $200 million would be, you're tracking right now, it's slightly above $100 million that you'll be able to submit in the 9 months of the crisis, from the 9 months of the crisis up to the end of this calendar year. This is assuming that you do almost double that in reimbursements for the next 6 months. And we had to hire a consultant. We were told that for the first $20,000 submission, that took 2 weeks of 6 staff members, almost full time, around the clock. I'm just asking whether or not that is a realistic assumption, that 200 million.
Fortunately, because of our work with the consultant and FEMA's own recognition of their normal request for information, they did provide to all local governments, a different format to submit personnel costs, which is why over the last several weeks we have been able to more rapidly submit to account for, collect, and then put through the internal review process through the consultant and into FEMA in a way that during those summer months was not an option for us.
Okay, and then of the 100 million that is expected to be rejected, how much of that is related to the 45 million in differential pay?
Hopefully Chris has an idea of what they're doing, but again, this is where we're trying. Again, you may not appreciate the language, but from a worst case scenario, we're trying to say, we could build out a plan that says, all right, we're going to submit all this to FEMA, but they're going to give us zero. We're trying to put forward something that is
I'm just trying to understand what
overly optimistic.
Yeah. So of the 100 million that's expected to be rejected, you're assuming 200 million requested, submitted to FEMA, a 50% response rate that you get 100 million. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's the assumption based on the fiscal analysis. There's 45 million assumed within the this fiscal plan in differential pay for the 6 months of the year. How much of the 100 million is based on the differential pay being rejected?
Well, the rate.
How much is based on other FEMA reimbursement costs?
Well, I'll say this: on the FEMA or the differential pay, we've assumed that we'll be reimbursed at approximately 35% of what we have for differential pay. Now, again, once we, I think we have submitted one. I believe that has one submission to FEMA that has differential pay.
Can I just clarify? You're assuming that 35% of differential pay gets reimbursed.
Reimbursed by FEMA, right? So it's not.
So 65% is paid 100% by the county, and 25%. And then the 35% we still pay the 25% local share, or are you netting it out?
Well, we're assuming then that the CRF would pick up the remainder of it through the end of December, and that's also assumed in the first.
Yeah, but sorry. Do you understand what I'm asking? So you're saying 35% is going to be reimbursed from differential pay from FEMA. Does that mean they're accepting 35% and then we pay the 25% on that 35%, and then we pay 100% on the balance of the 65%? Or does that mean you're netting out the entire submission and saying the county's on the hook for 35% of the total cost?
Well, yeah, so I think
those are two very different numbers.
Right. So we're saying that, so in total, there would be about if you count what's in FY20 was for differential pay, plus what we assumed for the whole entire fiscal year, I believe it's around 112 million for tax supported. If you assume you can get 35% back, it would be, you'd be getting from FEMA about 40 or 38 to 40 million for differential pay. So then the rest of it would need to be covered either by the CRF or the general fund. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. And last question, and then I'm done, Mr. President. We were. I just wanted to get the status of the cost efficiency work group that we've been told about. If I recall, the previous CIO had set this up. This was supposed to. This was going to spend $90,000 to find 100 vacancies to eliminate within county government, and I believe the report was supposed to be implemented by December 31st. I just wanted to get a status on that. That's my final question.
You'll be happy to know. I can't give you the absolute status, but you'll be happy to know that group is meeting right now. There is a weekly meet. I mean, I got to tell you, there is a weekly meeting that occurs. Unfortunately, from a timing perspective, for me, it occurs at 11 o'clock on Tuesdays. So that group is meeting right now to discuss these issues.
It would be great to get whatever the report is by the end of the year, Mr. President, just a status, even if the report isn't completed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Be nice to get an interim report. Okay, Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. One of the big challenges all along has been the confusion that's been created by the availability of federal funding, and the sense that on the one hand, there's money to be devoted to the crisis response, and on the other hand, it is, obvious and unavoidable that our local revenues are going to be taking a huge hit. And I don't think the county has generally proceeded with real attention to the latter point, that our local revenues are going to be taking a big hit. We adopted a modest savings plan, and we've just muddled through hoping for the best along the way. And that's not going to fly. It hasn't worked, and it's not going to work ever more going forward. So, we see very clearly what's ahead of us. The time to take action was, we've already should be doing more, but we've got to do more now with our local commitments. And when we get federal funding, then hopefully we will get more federal funding. We're able to use that for emergency response. We need to be putting a lot more money into local small businesses and other critical services. But we also need federal funding and state funding, for that. My question and we need to save our local funding to make that more possible. If we're any dime we can save locally is a dime that we can allocate to small business relief and rent assistance and food security and all these other needs. And again, we have not done that sufficiently, and we need to take more action. So my question is to Mr. Madaleno, what is the executive branch prepared to do now so that we can start to restrict our spending and take action in advance of passing a new budget, which won't take effect until July 1st? Are there measures that we can take now? Are you considering anything? Will you be sending us any recommendation? I think it would be normal to assume that we would do another savings plan, and that right now we would be in the midst of it. That has often been the pattern, is the executive sends a savings plan in November related to the end of the year numbers. We act on it quickly in December or January. And we're not doing that at this time. It's not too late. We could do it. What, Mr. Madaleno, what are you developing, if anything, to stop the bleeding?
Sure, and my apologies if you hear knocking in the background. There is knocking going on.
I thought that was my kid, so I'm glad to hear it's not him coming from my office. Okay.
Yes, this is coming from my office. So we are the executive is reviewing that right now. I believe 2 years ago we were in a similar position after November distribution, and remember the November distribution, while it was lower than estimated, it came in at $478 million. We had estimated $490 million. It is a healthy distribution. It is dramatically less than last year because of sort of how people are planning out their taxes. And we've seen a distribution, we've seen the payments during the normal part of the year, as opposed to everyone waiting to make, especially in the high end, very large payments with their tax filings. So we are taking that under consideration. A savings plan. Ms. Bryant and I and the county executive are having a lot of conversations about that, and we will potentially, depending upon what happens with the Board of Revenue estimates, with the income tax, with the property tax assessments, with whatever happens with the federal government, and we will have potentially something for you when you return in January.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Ms. Bryant, welcome to the role. And, we need OMB to be the fiscal hawk and to speak up and, not sugarcoat things for us. So I appreciated your comments today. Thank you.
And let me clear, well, she is not sugarcoating anything, to be clear.
Oh, she's not what? Sorry.
She is not sugarcoating anything. Internally,
I know, she did not sugarcoat anything. I know. But I think we've all got rotten teeth around here, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear you're working on a potential savings plan. Not having access to all the information that you have, but it seems to me we've got to take action immediately to stop the bleeding and be better prepared this coming year. And then if we're able to get additional assistance, we've got a lot more to use. And of course, if we have to use local funding for additional assistance, we'll be in a much better position to do that if we cut down on anything we can cut down on. Thanks.
Right. Okay, thanks. Let me remind my colleagues and the panel, we're running behind. The Chief Health Officer is waiting for us. So if you could keep your comments and questions very crisp, that would be appreciated. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. And I will be very brief and crisp. When it comes to the real estate market, and we've talked about that a little bit, Mr. Covey and Mr. Madaleno, my concern is one around what is happening with rising housing prices. And certainly one that we're going to have to pay very close attention to. There is not a lot of inventory that is on the market. We just had a joint conference call with GCAR. I know the council president led us in that discussion, and we had some great and informative breakouts to where they're very concerned about the stability of our housing market as a whole, because prices are rising so exponentially high, good for individuals who are selling their homes, but not good for us in terms of a county and trying to remain affordable. And so from that perspective, I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are with our housing market and how, yes, in fact, you may get some revenue from those houses that are much higher priced, but the overall market itself in terms of stability seems to be a bit in terms of projections from a long-term perspective, very untenable. So, and that ties directly to the majority of the revenue that we get as a county. So from that perspective, what are your thoughts there?
I'm hoping that Mr. Covey goes first on this one.
Sure, I had to unmute, sorry. I haven't actually spoken with GCAR recently. I would like to hear I'd actually like to see what you're looking at. Rising housing prices are definitely an issue, crowding out people who work here in the county, and I'd like like I said, I'd like to see what they provided to you, because I haven't seen anything like that recently. But as I said a little while ago, activity on the residential side is up, and also, as you just noted, housing prices are up also, and they're up for modest houses. So it is certainly within the realm of possibility that people are going to be crowded out at the working class level, if you will. Again, I'd like to, if you could share what you've seen, we would love to see that. And I don't know, David might have some comments on that. He follows the housing industry very closely. I don't know if David has anything to add to it, but I had a follow-up with what Mr. Friedson had said earlier, if I may, after David has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Michael. Councilmember Rice. The issue has been the low supply of inventory for the house, which is what's creating what we said earlier in one of the presentations about the 5% increase in home prices, and it's pricing some people out of the market. I would like to see the GCAR data. They used to, in the past, provide that information in their website, and I'd like to see, same follow up Mr. Covey's request, to see that information to provide you, Mr. Rice, if possible, or can go and check with them themselves, because we constantly talk, well, I'll just say constantly, regularly talk to them about the inventory. It's all going back to inventory. And that's creating the price appreciation. You're absolutely correct. And it is pricing some people out of the market, especially the low income. And that gets back, if I may, one other thing. Sorry, I'll be brief. Is the affordability index. I'd like to see what the affordability index is for the county now that those prices have gone up. And those are based on median income. So if the median income is only going up, say 1%, but prices are going up 5-6%, it is definitely pricing people out of the market.
Absolutely. And that creates one in which, again, so we'll follow up on this, Mr. President. I'm sorry, but I think that, and I know that Zach Trupp with GCAR will be more than willing to send that information to you. There are so many things that are tied to this. I don't want to get into that because that's a much larger discussion, but certainly something we need to come back to. I yield back to you, Mr. President.
Really briefly, many of you may know Rob Hagedorn, our longtime partner in finance who is retired. Mike has brought on a replacement who just started yesterday. So we were going to have her do this whole presentation, but we decided to give her an extra day on the job. So you will be seeing Nancy Feldman in that role over the next few months and hopefully years.
Great. We'll prepare our questions for Ms. Feldman. Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, President Hucker. Thank you for this presentation, and because of the time, I'll just ask two questions. So over the summer, when we first took up, we call it a savings plan, at the height of this pandemic, or what we thought was the height of this pandemic, the comments coming from the executive branch or that we were going to wait for the second round of stimulus, right? And Councilmember Reamer was getting to this. And so I appreciate his questions about when the savings plan, a second savings plan, a more substantive savings plan is going to be introduced, and appreciate Mr. Madaleno saying that that'll come in January. Can you share with us what your philosophy is as you develop that savings plan?
Well, I think first and foremost, it would be to protect, and I think you heard Ms. Bryant say this at the beginning of her presentation, to protect the programs that provide support for our residents and our businesses to deal with the crisis. Obviously there are programs in Health and Human Services that we wouldn't be able to touch because we are doing more for more people than we have traditionally done. So it would be trying to look at as many of the expenditures that have no impact on our ability to respond to the coronavirus crisis.
I appreciate that and appreciate Ms. Bryan articulating that during her presentation as well. I agree that our overarching goal should be to keep our safety net as strong as possible, to protect all of our citizens here who need government support to live safe and healthy lives. So I agree with that, and we'll continue this conversation over the next number of weeks. And then the only other thing I just want to say, it's not a question, it's more of a comment, but in this conversation and in multiple conversations in lots of different venues, the executive and legislative branch have talked about question A and the increase in revenue. And I just want us to be mindful that a lot of us are talking about question A in a lot of different conversations, and there is a finite amount of funding that would be generated from the change in the tax code. And so I put that out there just so that we keep our eyes open about what the realities of question A and what the needs and the holes in the budgets are, whether they're capital budget or operating budget as well. So with that, I'll yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Vice President Albanos.
Thank you, Mr. Hucker. Just a couple of comments. So 2 weeks ago, the council received a briefing from the Community Use for Public Facilities. And I said at the time, and everyone agreed, it felt a little bit like the canary in the coal mine, because the Community Use for Public Facilities is a revenue model, unusual within county government and enterprise, but very similar to businesses out in our community. And because of the lack of revenue coming in, they were projecting a multi-million-dollar shortfall, with their only options on the table being to reduce personnel, which makes up over 60% of their operating budget, or receive money from the general fund through the council. Businesses across our county and the country are having that same conversation right now. And they've been able to hang on, many of them, this long because of the federal stimulus, because of reserves that some of these businesses had in place. But it seems very clear, particularly since in about 15 minutes, we're going to be discussing, understandably and correctly, another round of rollbacks related to the virus, that within the next few months, the businesses that have been hanging on by a thread, even with another round of federal stimulus, are going to fail. And I think the headline for me in this report, which I appreciate, was given with a lot of asterisks and footnotes, acknowledging it's a moving target, acknowledging that it's better than what we thought it would be, but and that it's a moment in time, is just to further underscore that moment in time. That this is very much a moving target, and the worst is yet to come. And I say that as an eternal optimist who tries to always have his glass half full. But I think that we need to prepare our residents, our stakeholders, our electorate, that there are very challenging days ahead. And while we've been able to mitigate that through a variety of means over the last 9 months, I think something that Council Reamer said is important earlier, to not confuse the fact that we've appropriated hundreds of millions of dollars, which weren't our money. These were federal funds. And so it gives the impression to our residents that all is well, that we're okay. And I think that we just need to make sure, and I'm channeling my former boss here, that we show tremendous fiscal restraint, both in our rhetoric and in our actions, and the steps that we take both internally and externally to prepare our community for what's to come. Because we know what's coming. It is there. It's more than just signs. I mean, it's moving in that direction. And notwithstanding our current real estate recordation tax increases, which is because of the record levels of interest rates that being as low as they are, so many people have refinanced their homes. And a lot of people are moving into parts of our community now because of the trends that we're seeing of people leaving urban districts for more suburban areas. But that's not going to hold forever. And so we just need to be sensitive to that as well. So I just wanted to make those comments for our community and public to know that all of us, the executive branch and legislative branch, remain diligent and have our eyes wide open here. And I think that savings plan that's being prepared will be executed. It's not a question of if, it is a when. And so I think we all just need to brace ourselves for it, and in our tone and in the way that we talk about this, continue to stress that so that we prepare our public for what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Giwando.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Mr. Madaleno and Mr. Covey and Acting Director Bryant. Excited to confirm that shortly, and to all the staff. A couple things I just wanted to note. I think Councilmember Glass said something that's really important I want to underscore, and I agree with that. Our focus needs to be on maintaining services for those who need it the most. And Mr. Director Bryant, you said this as well, and I think everyone agrees with that. But I also want to make sure that we are also looking at how we're going to come out of this crisis. And we are in the unenviable position of having to both manage our fiscal situation, deal with the multiple pandemics, health, social, economic, and try to make sure that we don't exacerbate inequality and we plan for the recovery at the same time. And that's not easy, right? We're dealing with that, as is the nation, as is the world. But I think we are in a better position than most to try to make those plans. And I want to urge us to do a couple of things as we're thinking about that. So as Mr. Madaleno, as you're coming back in January with your team, we have reserves for a reason. So we should use them. If we're not going to use them now, I don't know when you would use them. I've said this since the beginning, and we have been using them on special appropriations, and we have been seeking reimbursement. But, I think as we're looking at, there's been a lot of talk of savings plans. We cannot cut critical services to those in need that are going to exacerbate income inequality. And if those decisions are being made or on the chopping block, we have to use reserves. The other thing is we have to consider how we're going to raise additional revenues. This has been one of the most unequal pandemics and recessions that we've ever seen. There was a report out in October that billionaires increased their net worth by $637 billion through October during the pandemic. And obviously those numbers are smaller for millionaires, but equal growth. While at the same time, you see more than 40 million Americans applying for unemployment insurance. My office has helped hundreds. I know other colleagues have. So this recovery, this pandemic has not been equal. And Montgomery County is a perfect example of that. We are in the wealthiest county and the wealthiest state with the most millionaires per capita in the country. And so as a state and as a county, some who have done well, and I'm happy that that's the case, we're going to have to do more for our residents. So before we discuss any cuts to services that are in need or going to exacerbate inequality, we're going to need to look at these types of options. I'm glad that we included in the statement we sent to Annapolis asking for the authority to levy a progressive tax bracket on the income tax. We need to do that. I've said it before. If we were to increase the top bracket from 3.2 to 3.5% on just millionaires in the county, you'd bring in over $90 million in revenue a year. I'm not saying that's the specific proposal we need to do, but we certainly need to be talking about those things in the context of this larger picture. And I just want to say that because it hasn't been said. So I look forward to reviewing the details. I appreciate the sobering picture and look forward to working through this with you and our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do promise that I will be brief. I thank everyone for the presentation, but I obviously, like all my colleagues, continue to be very concerned. We have to keep in mind when we have a business fail, and we are having businesses fail, and we will have other businesses fail, our problems become worse, just like for the people that had that business fail. We need to figure out a way to get the basic needs for the people that were working there. And in many cases, if it was a small business, that business was their job. So we have to keep that in mind. I am concerned about people that were on unemployment. And I know, and I don't know whether Mr. Covio knows this or others, but the people who are on unemployment, they can have withholding taxes taken from that unemployment. Do we know how many people actually did that? We do not. So, and that's my another. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Katz. Sorry, I had to unmute. I don't think we have data on how many decided to have taxes withheld. I would doubt that it was a large proportion, but hopefully the state will be able to tell us some of that maybe on Friday. I don't know if they're going to look at that on Friday or not, though.
Well, and that would be of interest to me, but I also am concerned about those that did not and would still need to pay taxes, whether or not they would have the funds to pay the taxes that are necessary when they come due. Because if you've spent every dime, how are we getting that additional revenue? So that's another concern of mine. And I too understand that we need to use reserves when we need to use reserves. That's what the reserves are for. It's a savings, but we also have to figure out how we're able to repay ourselves for the reserves. I mean, if you keep using your reserves, you're not going to have anything left. But I also would be interested about when we talk about the income tax that we are receiving in Montgomery County, that from the wealthiest people that live in Montgomery County. Is there a way that you could tell us if one family from those wealthier families, if they decided that they were going to leave Montgomery County, how much of an effect it would have on all of us? Because I know that it's a very small percentage or the pay a great amount of income tax to the county, and I'm concerned if someone decides that they're going to say that their domicile is no longer Montgomery County, but move to another home on paper because they have the other home already, how much that would affect the coffers of Montgomery County.
Right, we're prohibited from having that kind of information by federal and state law. So
you're prohibited from having
tax
the information
at. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You're prohibited from having what information?
We're prohibited from having detailed information like that about particular taxpayers, and I don't think we're allowed to have information on the class of taxpayers that pays to the extent that you're talking about, because it's such a small class, and the state will not report on it except in a gross way. And David can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Councilmember Katz, Michael, the only information we can get is from the IRS. They do what they have a migration study data that provides information of the taxpayers that come in and out of the county. But that is somewhat dated, Mr. Katz.
Yeah.
It's probably about the latest numbers probably go back to 2017, 2018. But we can take a look at that and see if it's broken down by income class to see how many people are coming in at a certain income class and are leaving, and breaking that out. But that is the best, to follow up what Mr. Covio said, that's probably the best we're going to do, not on an individual basis.
Well, and I base my concern on, and I'm going to move on. I know that we've got to move on. But my concern is when we have the tax plan, when the savings plan, the federal income tax, that there is a question of whether or not they were going to lower the taxes that people pay when the selling of their stocks, etc. Those taxes that we lost about $120 million because people they didn't sell their stocks during that time. And so I know that it was a fairly small number of people, at least I believed that it was a fairly small number of people. And I didn't know how much of the information we could receive so that we could help avoid that if possible.
Mr. Katz, Council staff and executive staff can work on this. There is tax information released by the state by filings and by certain aggregate income. It wouldn't be by household, but you could look years, and we can provide that information at a later date.
That's one of my great concerns, is if people decide to leave Montgomery County, especially in the higher income brackets, how much of that's going to affect every income bracket in Montgomery County? Thank you.
It was the top 50 filers. We do have that information. Mr. Katz remembers it correctly. Yeah, the top 50 filers, and we went through a savings plan.
That's exactly right.
To offset the loss of revenue from the top 50 filers about 2 years ago.
And if we knew that, how is it that we don't know who the top 50? Why is it we don't know that now? I guess is my question.
We don't need to know who they are. It's just the fact that they're
I'm
there.
not asking who they are. I mean, we could sort of guess probably, but that is a concern. If one of those top 50 decides to use another domicile as their address, then what does that do to Montgomery County?
And the change in federal tax law that eliminated or limited the SALT, the state and local tax deduction, which obviously helped make, it offset the local taxes against your federal taxes. With that being eliminated, the federal government did give a strong incentive to high income taxpayers to relocate to states with no income taxes, like a certain, maybe not long resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has shifted his residence.
All right.
Thank you.
I think it raised income tax collections because taxable income in Maryland is now higher, and Montgomery County's income tax is based on taxable income. And so there has been a tax increase embedded in our tax code for the last couple of years since that SALT deduction was eliminated.
Right. Okay, folks, this has been a terrific discussion. Thank you so much for your analysis and perspective. We're going to move on to the council sitting as the Board of Health now. We have an update on COVID-19 from Drs. Gales and Stoddard. Dr. Gales, are you still bearing with us here? Dr. Stoddard is. Dr. Gales is. Terrific. Dr. Gales, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's still morning. Yes, good morning.
Thank you for your patience. Barely.
And always a pleasure to be with you all. I'll try to keep this brief to allow time for questions. A couple of points to highlight. Our case counts continue to be elevated. In fact, we've had multiple days over 3,000 cases, and we this morning had over 2,600 reported. The state positivity rate is now over 7.6%. The 7-day average case numbers are 44.8 per 100,000, and there are 21 jurisdictions with case rates over 30 cases per 100,000. As we stand locally, today we had 402 cases reported. Our test positivity is now 6%, our average is 6%, and our cases per 100,000 are at 41.5, which is the highest that it's been at any point and continues to increase. Our hospital utilization numbers are holding steady we continue to have the majority of hospitals in the red zone for ICU bed capacity, and we continue to monitor those trends. I would like to say also very clearly, we've started receiving feedback on a number of topics, but there has been a suggestion that we are creating panic intentionally by putting out numbers. We're not doing so. We're simply reporting the numbers where they are, and the numbers speak for themselves. And unfortunately, we continue to see levels that are much higher than we saw in the early stages of the pandemic. And when we look at COVID-related fatalities in November alone, we had 79 fatalities, which was more than the previous 3 months combined. When we talk about to move to testing, we did have in our most recent briefing last week or conversation last week, we talked about some delays experienced by folks at home. And we explained very clearly that this was due to significant capacity secondary to increases in testing demand pre-holidays as well as post-holidays, as we've seen the testing demand still be elevated. A number of the labs, and again, this was across the board, across labs across all jurisdictions across the state and across the country. And some of the labs that we work with have adjusted some of those issues. They brought on additional staff at the request of numerous jurisdictions, including the state, and they have turned around those turnaround times that were significantly delayed back to where they were the pre-spike in demand. Now, as we previously talked about as well, we were not going to just wait for that to be corrected. We do have a number of other labs that we have contracts with, that we're working with, and we have an active plan to begin to, not to begin, but to further diversify the labs that we utilize, so that we are not relying on any one particular lab to provide as significant amount of the labs that we had before, which was approximately 85 to 90%. We continue to increase our employee testing platform, which is actually also utilizing a different lab from the one that had the longest wait time. And we will continue to shift those percentages over the next week. We'll continue to update you on doing that. There was also a request to post the wait times related to the labs. Now, we did do some investigating in that and realized that the reports that we get lag a week behind. And so the information putting up this week would reflect last week, when we all know that there were significant delays. Again, we have spoken with the labs, and we have seen reports, and we can share with you offline that show the improvements in the turnaround time from when they receive the specimen to when they are resulted. The third topic I'd like to just highlight is the question of, not the question, but the ultimate vaccine distribution process. There continue to be a lot of unknowns, but we are continuing to get good information on a regular basis, even on an hourly basis. This morning, in fact, some of the research documents related to the Pfizer vaccine that will be discussed on Thursday, the emergency use application, authorization application will be discussed in their hearing on Thursday, was released this morning. And the data that has been shown as part of those reports suggests that there is significant protection as early as 10 days after the first dose of the vaccine administered, as well as efficacy demonstrated across age, across racial and ethnic category, as well as across gender, with minimal side effects. And this is extremely encouraging, and we will continue to find out more information again as they have their hearing on Thursday. The expectation is, if that emergency use authorization is granted, that vaccine will become available within the next week. Now, let me be clear, and again remind not only you all, but for folks at home, is that there is a predetermined priority grouping that has been done by National Academies of Medicine in terms of what they've put forward to the Commission on Immunization Practices. And the ACIP is what it's called, has approved the 1A category. And that 1A category says that those folks eligible are, in the first wave, are healthcare workers and long-term care facilities, inclusive of nursing homes and other assisted living facilities. And as a result, that early distribution, we're expecting there to be approximately 5 to 6 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine administered across the country, and the expectation is that there will be approximately 150,000 doses delivered to the state of Maryland. Those doses will be delivered to hospitals and to pharmacies, who will then disseminate and distribute those to the long-term care facilities that I mentioned. There is a second vaccine manufactured by Moderna Pharmaceuticals. Their EUA hearing will be on December 17th. That will also be a 2-dose candidate, and we're still awaiting more information, but the preliminary information suggests that there is 95% effectiveness with the vaccine. Now, we do not know yet the anticipated time of release following their hearing, but the suggestion is that we could have access to that particular candidate, if approved, as early as 4 to 5 days before Christmas. Again, the same dissemination pattern holds with the groupings that have been laid out, 1A, 1B, 2, 3, and 4. And I would encourage folks at home to take a look at the report by the National Academies of Medicine that is being used as the template for those determinations. Now, I want to make another point. We do not make those determinations here on the local level. We started to get letters from folks in the community asking how they can be prioritized, and can we make concessions and accommodations for that. Those are not determinations that we make. The state will be providing further guidance as to how those categories will be broken down, particularly as it relates to prioritizing within those priority groups, given the lower amount of supply that we have available. as well as in other categories. For example, determining are there certain categories of healthcare workers that should be prioritized based upon their potential level of exposure. And similarly, when we look at further categories within 1B in particular, and as we move forward in terms of how to break down by health conditions and those and other qualities and characteristics. So we are continuing to get that guidance from the state. I can attest that the state is working on that. Again, I sit on the technical advisory committee that is providing that input for the state, and we met last night to continue those conversations. So I am not withholding any information. I'm sharing with you as much information that has been shared with us so far. And I'll stop there in the interest of time, but as always, happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Stoddard.
Thank you for having us back again. A couple of things I want to comment on. First off, on the enforcement front and education front, we had teams out again this weekend. We did issue one additional citation, and we issued one additional warning for businesses that we visited. Both had previously had issues with compliance and were revisits based on those compliance issues, and among others who had to be revisited, two did need to have a citation and a warning issued. We had a meeting on Friday morning with our hospitals. A few things to report from that. They're all working to meet the governor's timeline for providing surge capacity, really what they talk about surge capability, because again, as we've talked about before, it's not just a matter of the beds, supplies, machinery, and things like that. It's largely the staffing. All of them are concerned about meeting the staffing limits, and as I shared with council, and I think it's worth sharing publicly, some of them, when they approach companies to do surge staffing for nursing, for example, are getting quotes of $200 an hour or more to try and fill that capacity. And so obviously that's an untenable situation. They are also obviously concerned as well about the state strategy to provide them with volunteers. Staffing an acute care hospital setting with volunteers is something that has not been done. And there are significant concerns about what that means moving forward. In addition, we are dealing with the concerns raised in our nursing homes. There are a significant, we continue to partner with them. There are approximately 48 nursing homes that I believe actually have cases right now. We're working with all of those facilities, Dr. Gale's team, and we are having conversation back and forth about, as we look at additional restrictions, what in the nursing home realm may need to be addressed or nuanced in a way. And so obviously that's a continued area of great focus to ensure that we have safety in those spaces as well. We have significant supplies of PPE. We have shared that with, meaning we've talked to our nursing homes. They have all have ready access to purchasing, but in any place where they're having difficulty, like for example, there's a backlog of gloves right now in certain places in the country and certain vendors, and we have shared the county's vendors with those organizations who need them. And again, if they can't access them for whatever reason, we will not allow them to go without PPE, and so we will backfill where necessary. So I will stop there.
Terrific, thank you, Council Vice President Albornoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you both. There was a report yesterday in the Washington Post and maybe the New York Times as well that talked about that the federal government did not order sufficient supply from Pfizer, and that may impact locally our ability to be able to distribute the amount of vaccines because other countries got in line more quickly than the United States. This is obviously a little above all of our pay grades here, but could you talk a little bit about that, either Dr. Stoddard or Dr. Gales? We know you're part of a larger group of regional partners and stakeholders discussing the vaccine dissemination. Are you concerned about that, and do you feel that might impact us at the local level?
Yes, so the article you referenced highlights the delicate dance we're having to do around this due to the lack or the inappropriateness of the federal response to this. And so part of the challenge is as we continue to build our infrastructure around this, and there are a couple of things I'll add to that and address, is that we don't know the volume, and we're kind of flying a little bit blindly here. And the supply that will be brought in over time. For example, I think there was a report that the United Kingdom is doing mass vaccinations already and starting to do so. We're limited by the capacity that will come from Pfizer, and unfortunately there will be other vaccine candidates, including Moderna and potentially others through the pipeline as they come on at the early stages of next year. So yes, it will impact us, which is why we're having to sit down and have these discussions about how we create prioritization within prioritization. For example, the hospitals had to submit plans to the state to talk about even though all of their folks are healthcare workers, how they're breaking it down and prioritizing within those groups, recognizing that the supply will be limited as we roll out. And to help address that in a weird way, it's bought a little bit more time from a staffing perspective and infrastructure perspective. But we are working, as we've talked about before, with our university partners to bring on additional staff, including the nursing students. We also are meeting with at least one outside organization that has stepped up and is looking to help local jurisdictions to be able to provide support in terms of administering the vaccine in the early stages to first-line responders in a number of other places. So from a staffing perspective, we've got a diverse set of options that we are utilizing, and we'll continue to pursue those partnerships. But yes, at the end of the day, we are hamstrung by the supply that we will ultimately get from the federal level.
There was no national strategy for testing, contact tracing, PPE, or feeding people. So it was a planning assumption that we had from the beginning that there would not be an effective national strategy for vaccination. And we've been building that into how we've been thinking about it, which is why we've had to do more work on the state and local level to compensate.
I appreciate that. That's sort of what I thought. Just last two questions very quickly. Obviously the rising numbers are alarming, to say the least, but national trends indicate that a lot of the positive test cases are also skewing younger as compared to the first surge. Are we seeing that here in our community as well?
Yes, so not quite as high as we were seeing over the summer, where we're seeing, upwards of 25 to 30% on a daily basis, but we still see 15 to 20% of new cases in that 0 to 19-year-old age group. And that's an important question because I think there is a misperception in the community that when we say, well, schools aren't super spreaders, but that doesn't mean kids can't spread to others. As we see kids have positive cases in schools, and we've certainly seen the impact of child-to-child transmission in our youth sports and the number of outbreaks that we've seen over time. And so we continue to see kids get it. Now, it may not be to the severity in comparison overall to older age groups, but we do see pediatric cases being hospitalized, and we have seen pediatric-related fatalities.
And last point is just to comment very quickly, Council President, is, we discussed this last week regarding, as you pointed out, Dr. Gales, the issue of school reopenings, the metrics being utilized, it being a moving target. I appreciated the optimism you expressed with both the dissemination of a vaccine and then looking at other trends. Again, I want to, because it continues to be the number one, as it should be, and understandably, correspondence we're getting, calls we're getting from a number of family members, understandably exasperated, frustrated, concerned about their children. And then with the numbers that we saw in the disparities in the academic outcomes, it's stark and alarming. So we will be having more discussions in the near future, but just appreciate your ongoing efforts. And I yield back to you, Mr. President.
If I may, Public Health did send along this morning, and Travis, I don't think you'd have a problem with showing the age data that Ann sent this morning, just to illustrate it, if that's okay. I think it's a helpful graph for you all to see. So I think you can probably see this. This is a breakdown by age categories of what we've seen throughout the pandemic. The two dashed lines obviously correspond with our youngest population. And you can see that, we saw this huge spike in the 10 to 19. That sort of has leveled off. It's not going down to where it was in the beginning of the pandemic. And the 0 to 19 has sort of had a slow but steady climb throughout the pandemic. So between the two of them, they represent, I think Dr. Gale said, I think they're about 17% right now as of the last, and that's through the end of November. You can see the oldest adults, the 70s, 80s, account for the fewest percent and the 20 through 40 range accounts for the highest percent. So you can see where we're at.
Thank you. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've had a few questions, obviously we all have, that have been sent in to the office. And one question is, are there currently any travel restrictions from people coming into Maryland, or restrictions that you think might be implemented soon?
So I know the state has followed not quite as closely as some other jurisdictions, but they do have a travel advisory that says, if you're going to places with a certain level of test positivity, I think it's greater than 10%, that's considered to be a high risk area. And there is the recommendation that you quarantine upon arrival and get tested. That's different from, I know there's other states like New York that actually require you to be tested and to provide documentation. And they do track you very closely once you arrive in that jurisdiction.
But at this point,
I think that travel restrictions are most effective when you have areas of high transmission and areas of low transmission. We're already at high transmission, and so you're as likely to be exposed in Montgomery County at this point as you are. So travel restrictions, when they have effect, would be obviously more effective when our case counts are much lower than they are right now. So I think it's just it's sort of a I think you've passed the point of the efficacy of any sort of travel restrictions. We still encourage people if they travel, just because when you travel, you tend to go through an airport environment where you may be exposed. But it's just as likely you're exposed in Montgomery County as you are anywhere else at this point.
It's an interesting point. Another question is, on the Montgomery County website, it says that that COVID testing sites will test any Montgomery County resident. So what does that mean? Does that mean that we're checking IDs, that if someone is, you're shaking your head already, Earl. So what does it mean?
It's just the principle to say if someone shows up and needs a test, they'll be able to do the test.
So perhaps we might want to reword that a little bit. And I don't know how I know you don't want everybody from Virginia coming over here, but you certainly don't want anyone to believe that if someone is visiting them, that they, from another place, that they couldn't get a test. So anyhow, I don't know.
We discussed this, and it's to your point, Councilmember Katz, that our sites test anyone who shows up, just so we're clear. We obviously want to encourage our residents first and foremost, because obviously if we have floods of people coming in, it just delays the test results for everybody, including our residents. And so we're trying to balance out we want our residents first and foremost, but we do not turn away anyone who comes to our sites.
Okay. And then my final question is about pre-registering for the vaccine with the state or whoever. Are we doing that? Is that happening? And if so, how would it happen if we're going to do that?
So I'm guessing the person is talking about pre-registering for individuals or?
Yeah, individuals.
So at this point, we're not at that stage. So right now, there are two platforms that we are working with the state to utilize to be able to track. There's called Immunet and PrepMod. And PrepMod is a database that allows you to schedule appointments to help facilitate, again, tracking people, the information in the system, so we know who's had what to follow along with the doses. And so that's something that would be available when we reach the stage where we are opening up more to the general public to be able to schedule and come in. But as far as where we stand right now, that's not open because the early stages of distribution of the vaccine will be handled in closed pod mechanisms. And as we move through the phases, and it opens up and becomes more open to different categories, then yes, we would create that opportunity where, scheduling with the system would be utilized.
Okay. Thank you very much thank you both very much for all that you do, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, Dr. Gales, I have a couple quick questions for you related, no surprise, to schools. We've heard so much in our community in terms of the slogans of close bars and restaurants, not our schools, close bars and open up our schools. Can we talk about the relationship between the two, first of all? And I know that you, Dr. Stoddard, the health officials from across the state have done painstaking work in terms of drafting a sort of game plan that would mean that schools could go back safely and have laid that out. Unfortunately, it's just that in the community, those benchmarks that you've laid out just haven't been met in the community. It has nothing to do with anyone forcing our schools to stay closed. And I don't want to put this on the Board of Education or the superintendent. Kudos to them for listening to the guidance that they asked for from officials like yourself, but not just you, across the state. Let me just be very clear. This isn't something that is unique to Montgomery County. So if you could just lay a little bit of that out for folks, because there's so much misinformation that's out there, and folks are really trying to listen to slogans rather than science. So.
Sure. Well, I think it's important to acknowledge that, there's parents and students and staff who are advocates on all sides of issues. Because based upon the emails I've received, there's not just two sides to the issue. There's lots of sides to this particular issue. And we always encourage folks to be advocates, but we want to make sure that folks get the full picture. And as you said, don't slice a quote or a particular, journal article, but, do the due diligence across the board. There are lots of people who are vocal to say open up at the current levels. There's some who are vocal to say open up with some tweaks to it. And then there's a whole lot of also parents who are saying we are still not comfortable opening up where we stand. And so our job, you're right, is to look across all of these different things. When we hear about different studies or we hear about different articles, we do our due diligence to look into those things. And in spite of how it is perceived, I think, in some corners, there is not consensus on this issue. We've received a lot recently. We've received a lot of information to say, well, why aren't we doing what New York City is doing, what New York State is doing? Well, if you actually look at the metrics that New York State and New York City have laid out, they're more restrictive than what was put forward in the guidance by MCPS and a number of other local jurisdictions. And San Francisco took a similar track, but then you have Los Angeles and Chicago that said, no, we're not opening yet. We're going to postpone and do that later. And so the challenge is to look across all of the literature to see what the best practices are. And again, not take one study or one example as gospel, but to sit and think very critically and carefully about how we can implement those different strategies and how we move forward. And to your specific question related to bars being open, the fundamental principle of being able to open up schools safely, as evidenced by the comments from Dr. Tony Fauci, if you read his entire quote, he says that, yes, we want kids to be in school. But he also goes on to say that in order to do that safely, you must have lower levels of community transmission. And so there's two parts to the bars and restaurants issue. We know that in order to open schools, we do have to take measures and put in restrictions to drive our community transmission level down to get to the point where we hit those metrics to be able to feel comfortable and confident that schools can open safely. And so I think some people perceive to say, well, you're allowing certain activities to happen. You're not really committed to driving the numbers down. Well, if you also recall, we've received a lot of grief in Montgomery County for being more restrictive than other places by a lot of the same people sometimes. But at the same time, I do understand that because we are committed to identifying those venues that are high risk and do contribute to community transmission. And again, you know very well, you all and folks at home know that we have been very cautious and we are aimed at trying to identify those activities, put in the restrictions. So stay tuned because we want to get the community level transmission down as well to get schools open. So I think that may be what people are talking about in the perception that, certain things are open and why not schools, because we assess each activity in terms of the risk associated with it and its contribution to the number of positive cases that we're seeing.
Dr. Guest, can you just quickly remind me what the state restrictions are on indoor dining versus what Montgomery County's restrictions on indoor dining are?
So the state, I believe, is at 50% capacity. We're at 25% capacity, and we've been.
So we're more restrictive than the state. So we've actually, as it currently sits, so we've done more in terms of saying we're going to be more restrictive for our bars and restaurants than the state has in terms of trying to control community spread to help to get our kids back to school. I just want to state facts and make sure that things are out there, because again, there's just so much conversation that's out there about things in terms of where our priorities are. I think it's been very clear. Councilmember Reamer has been very vocal about this. Other members of the council have been very vocal about really trying to get our children back to school while understanding that we also have to do so safely. We really want to make sure that we're pushing down community spread, which is why we've been so focused on testing, making sure that when it comes to vaccinations. So my last question is about vaccinations. When it comes to vaccinations, there's been a lot of talk now about whether essential employees should include our teachers and school personnel. Do you know of any other jurisdiction in the United States that has taken that step? And is that something that you think we should do in order to try and ensure we balance the mental health and well-being of our children along with the urgency and the reduced amount of vaccinations that we have, the limited supply of vaccinations we have available?
Well, as it currently stands, with the priority group distinctions and designations, school teachers are included in the second group, the priority group after 1A and 1B. Excuse me. Now, no jurisdiction at this point has defined that in more detail, because the only group that has been formally approved is Group 1A at this stage. And we're still awaiting those guidelines from ACIP to determine how the rest moves forward. And so again, as to how that will be determined, if there's any changes and tweaks in that, ACIP will provide that guidance, and then each state will also provide that additional guidance to the local jurisdictions. We don't make those determinations at a local level.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gales. Really appreciate that. Now sorry, Dr. Stoddard, didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. It's okay. I would only add, and voicing certainly something the county executive has said many times, our definition of essential workers does not always align with that of the federal government, and so we'll be required to follow certain requirements in terms of what essential employees are and things like that. But where we have deference, we're going to focus more on, front-facing people in grocery stores and other places. Teachers are a great example over those, for example, perhaps in places where they're less exposed, like the financial industry, for example, where they can work remotely and things like that. And so where we have latitude to prioritize at a local level, we'll prioritize those who are more exposed by being front-facing workers in various places.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Who's up?
Sorry, Councilmember Navarro.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you so much for being here today and for the weekly briefings. So I was wondering if you could restate for our public and for us to take copious notes, if you could restate what you know so far regarding vaccinations, and where would residents be able to access that information? Obviously, this is on everybody's minds, and I appreciate what you have shared so far, but just sort of like for us particularly, and as far as you know, again, if you can restate the sort of timeline, I know it's fluid, but then also where would our residents be able to find this information if they were trying to figure out where we are in this process?
Sure. Well, the two good resources to find that information is the National Academy of Medicine completed the study and report to lay out the priority groups and their rationale for how those are broken down. I'm thinking multiple sites now, so more than two. So that is the first one. The second one would be the Maryland Department of Health website. The state plan, their distribution plan is available for the public to review. And a third site is, if you Google it and you look at, for example, it's called the ACIP, the Commission on Immunization Practices. They will be posting guidelines related to the dissemination of the vaccine and the different groups. And the fourth one is the meeting documents that will be discussed for the Pfizer vaccine on Thursday for their hearing, I think are available on the FDA website. So there are different educational pieces about the process in general, but then the Pfizer information that's specific to that vaccine is available. I can send you all a link because it was shared with me this morning, but I know that is now open to the general public. In terms of timeline, again, these have to be heard and they have to be approved. So we're speculating. None of these have formally been approved yet, but based upon the early release of information for the Pfizer vaccine, it is the expectation that is likely to be approved on Thursday and thereby could be distributed and be used as early as I think the 14th through the 18th is the time period where that's recommended. And again, those first doses that they're providing are going to go to category 1A, which is to hospitals, healthcare workers, and to long-term care facilities. And as the volume increases, there will be efforts to get all of those people within that group taken care of, and then it will continue to move through the rest of the priority groups. In a best case scenario, meaning that we've got steady supply, which again, even to Councilmember Albornoz's point earlier, there's some issues with the Pfizer supply that we've learned about due to the administration's dealing with that yesterday. But the hope is also with Moderna's vaccine, which will be have a hearing next week. If that comes online as well, there's a second potential source that can be rolled out. In best case scenario, the expectation is we're looking at most likely a 4 to 6 month process as we move through those different priority groups. And again, the general public is in the fourth group. That's the last group, if you will. And the expectation is also that the vaccine will become more available to private providers starting in the second priority group. So realistically, we're looking at a 4 to 6 month process, best case scenario as we move forward. Again, want to emphasize to folks at home is the expectation is the public health guidance around face coverings and physical distancing will not change during that process, because again, we've got to continue to try to get as high a percentage of folks in the public covered and protected with the vaccine as possible. I hope that answers your question.
And it does. Thank you so much. I assume that we will also publish all this information in our portal, right? So that folks can access this information. Is that something that we're planning for? And also partnering with our Por Nuestra Salud y Bienestar, as well as our African American program.
So yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just good morning, everyone. I just wanted to weigh in on that, and just to add to that, Councilmember Navarro, that yes, we're at the beginning of phases around communication, and Dr. Gills has talked about all the medical information, the data, and the timing around the testing pieces. We've got a tremendous lift ahead of us between now and the time the vaccine is generally available to the public, to educate them about the truth, to get away from the myths to understand the myths and to respond to the myths, to address those myths, to set some expectations for what that vaccine is going to look like and how it's going to unfold. So in our partners in Salud y Bienestar and in the African American Health Program are going to be key in helping us to craft those messages and get the word out, along with everyone that I'm looking at on this Zoom call right now, because every possible portal we can to educate people is something we need to put out. And one of the plans I know one of the things I know will be is in the works and will happen is updating that information on our portal, on the web portal, so folks have a place to go and get updated, but also proactive and aggressive information dissemination.
Thank you. That's great to hear. The only last thing I will share is that when we had our census update, we were all really, really excited about the results that the effort led by Diane Vu and the Office of Community Partnerships was able to put forth. It was not an easy effort, obviously, because of all the barriers, but it did extraordinary work. And we did say then, we said, well, you guys have put together this extraordinary modeling template. We need to use that for other things. So it occurs to me that we should definitely use use them as well to almost deploy that kind of same type of effort that they so aptly did with the census in order to get this vaccine issue taken care of as much as possible, because they were just rock stars in what they were able to accomplish. So so I just offer that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ream.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I was trying to get my window opened. Thank you. Appreciate the presentations today. Very helpful. Yeah, I'll just continue with where Councilmember Navarro left it. I think I made that comment when we got the presentation as well from Diane Vu. Vaccine reticence is going to be a major problem for us. And it may turn out to be, in a sense, well, it is, right? Just as big as testing, but potentially just as difficult, like trying to get essential employees to take the vaccinations, but then even beyond that into the communities. I've mentioned this issue previously about the data sharing agreement. I don't know how exactly to talk about that issue. It seems of tremendous concern, but we need an all-out effort to get into, inside people's minds. I don't want to say inside their living rooms because we can't do as much in person, but we got to get that message out. And yeah, if there's an operation we can just kind of move over from the census count into this, I think that would be tremendously helpful. And as Dr. Gale said, the news that the Pfizer vaccine, and I think it may also, I guess that they don't have the result yet for the Moderna vaccine, but presumably it may be the same. I don't know.
It's comparable. Yeah.
It's comparable. Okay, that it's effective at the first dose. That's going to really improve the timeliness of our ability to make a big difference with the vaccinations. So we stand ready. I think we'll need a big program. I know everyone will support the appropriations needed to move as fast as we possibly can on getting out vaccination campaign. On the challenging topic of schools and bars and restaurants, I'm coming to think that, or see that, I think there's probably more alignment here than maybe it has appeared as far as state metrics and county metrics and so on. I do want to just observe. I thought it was a helpful framework in the latest guidance from CDC, where they put out that kind of comprehensive guidance. They issued a whole series of mitigation measures that every community should have in order to combat the virus. And then in the footnote they have, or I don't know, narrative, they had this kind of framework saying that schools should be the last to close and the first to open. As we are heading towards inevitably additional restrictions, and to Dr. Gales' points, California is at stay-at-home orders now, in much of the state. We know we're heading towards additional restrictions. If it is possible for us coming out of that to prioritize the lowest risk school reopenings, which appears to be those younger children, if we can get together with the school employees and the administration and have the testing and tracing and all the programming necessary to make that possible, that would be ideal. The assertion I suppose the comment from the CDC is just that it's lower risk to the community to have younger children in school relative to reopening restaurants for indoor dining and relative to opening stores for indoor retail. Like if you're thinking about it as far as what are the riskiest things to then reopen. Now we know that having those other private businesses shut causes tremendous, consequences for people's lives, and it will increase unemployment. It will create other kinds of difficult actions, and we're going to need to provide funding to support those businesses. I don't think we have a choice, and we'll hope that the federal and state government will help us do that. But, if we could all, work towards and hope that when the numbers come down, and hopefully they will, as a result of additional restrictions, that it is, safe enough to proceed with a limited reopening. We know that only a fraction of students are going to accept, in-person education. Probably the majority will remain virtual through the year. I mean, I think a lot of families just not going to do it. But for that fraction that needs to, that wants to, if we can get to the point where we can make it safe, it would be a big step forward for us. So we're working on it. I think generally people feel the same about this. So thank you.
And I would just make one comment, if I could. I want to dispel the myth in some in the community, to Councilmember Reamer's point is, we're all committed to working to get there. And we are all committed to looking at new evidence and new data if it suggests that it's safe to do so or safe to tweak where we are. But the process of doing that is, we do our due diligence to make sure we're up to date and we have the relevant information. And again, we don't rely on just one data point. And so if there are information resources that folks come across in terms of studies or in terms of other best practices, then we are happy to, look at them and review them if it means that, we're able to adjust where we stand.
Absolutely.
I was also going to one comment. I was just going to say we also have been looking at activities through the lens of some of the experiences that our non-public schools have had and what has caused some of the cases in their environments. For example, some of the youth sports activities, we have looked at that, thinking about if we do something over here, how will that support or impact our ability to do more or make our education environment safer? And so, as we think about it, we are trying to look through the lens of how do we support education through other actions.
Thanks. Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief. Comments from colleagues on the definite interest to repurpose the effort from the census and the manner in which that was done, the personnel who were able to do it, to be able to work on this issue. Speaking to that, is there a formal county plan, a written out plan for staffing related to the vaccine? And is there a communication strategy that's written out that can be shared with the council of how we're planning to roll this out, how we're planning to deploy staff and resources, and how we're planning to ensure that every Montgomery County resident understands how the vaccine is going to work, where in line they're likely to be, what the timing is going to be, and how they'll be able to access it?
So we, in terms of a written strategy, again, consistent with our previous conversations that we had with you all and what we've discussed today, is a lot of this still is unknown in terms of how to distribute that. Now, we do have infrastructure that we have discussed for months now related to utilizing staff across the county government. So yes, that process has begun in terms of identifying additional staff, their types of support that they could offer based upon their qualifications. That's been done at an HHS level. It's also been done on a county level to assess the capacity of utilizing county staff to be able to support. The second level is, again, as I referenced, there is an outside entity. I'm not going to make it public because we've not had a chance to finalize conversations with them, but a healthcare entity that is partnering with not only us, but they're also partnering with a number of other jurisdictions in the National Capital Region to staff and provide support for those first sets of population groups to get the vaccine. Now, also as it moves forward, we have been bringing on more. For example, here's an example of this. We've been bringing in more contact tracers so that would free up our nursing staff, for example, to be able to participate in vaccine distribution. Now, the governor, as a couple weeks ago in his press conference, talked about being able to utilize school health staff and other staff to be able to bring in to support those mechanisms. And so our plan is looking at how to do that. Again, a large part of the specifics and putting it into writing will be dependent upon what we hear from the state and the federal government in terms of the volume and capacity that we have. And so, yes, there's lots of planning that has gone into it. The writing is fluid at this point because, again, we're waiting to get confirmation that this will move forward and how that will move forward. And as this continues to move forward, we will provide you with updates as we've done so far. And, happy to put it in a written summary as we move forward, but understanding that a lot of these are fluid moving parts and pieces that will be informed, again, by what we find out. Now, as far as the communication strategy, there is a state effort, I think it's called Maryland Go Backs, that they are utilizing, and similar efforts have begun here, again, on the local jurisdiction. We, the core committee within Public Health Services, came up with a list of different task force, and we can share that PowerPoint with you all as well. And that has been shared with Dr. Crowell around a host of issues. Staffing and workforce is one of them. Communication strategy is another. And that has been discussed at length, at least for the last month and a half, with our comms team around identifying key stakeholders within the community, as Councilmember Navarro mentioned in her comments, as well as recognizing other resources to help be able to do that, because we acknowledge we may not be the best messengers when it comes to that, to be able to address unique individual concerns within communities. So that's a long answer to say that, yes, there are strategies in place. I believe there is a meeting. I'm looking at Dr. Crowell on my screen. We have a meeting with our comms team tomorrow to talk about rolling out that initial strategy in terms of identifying those key stakeholders. And the last thing I would say is if there's any thoughts from your perspective in terms of suggestions or recommendations or ideas that you have that would add to those efforts, we certainly always are open and appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I know you've done a lot of work on this. I know there's a lot of moving parts. I do think getting it in writing would be helpful for us to provide feedback. I know that there are moving parts and some of it is unclear, but I think that would be really helpful for all of us. Okay. I know all colleagues would be interested in doing that. It would allow us to provide feedback to be able to be supportive. Is there an individual who's in charge of the vaccine effort on the operational and staffing side and also on the communication side? Diane Vu was in charge of census. I think it was helpful for all of us to have an individual point of contact for everybody to know who was in charge. Obviously, there were a whole host of folks in county government who were supporting and helping her at various levels. Do we have that here? Is there a specific person on the vaccine distribution, implementation, staffing, and communication, either one person or one person on each side of that we can turn to?
So we have an immunization team that's part of Public Health Services that's in place with leadership there. So we have the staff there. And I don't think there has been a key person identified for some of those task force. I think, as I referenced, we will be meeting with the communications team tomorrow to identify a key contact, if you will, for that. But we do have an actual immunization team here. Daisy Lucas is our program manager. Comfort Panda is the immediate manager. And then Cindy Edwards is the senior manager for that program.
If you could send that around to us, I think that'd be great. My suggestion would be that one person be in charge of coordinating the communications and the operations and staffing, even if they're not a subject matter expert in the immunization, immunology side of things, just so there's one person who kind of understands both sides of the store. Last thing here.
You can feel free to contact us as well. I mean, we've got our finger in pulse of all of it.
Yeah, and I would just illustrate just the complexity of this. I know I listened into the previous conversation about the county's financial outlook and the challenges that we face there. But over the next coming months, it's going to be very hard to distinguish what's COVID response and what's the rest of county government, because we're having a conversation tomorrow with DCAO Kasiri around what activities that county government is currently doing can we stop doing to provide staffing support to vaccination, to 311, to the HHS call center, to enforcement, to all these things that we know that we need to do more of. And so it's going to become increasingly challenging to distinguish what is county government from what is COVID response. I think it's just.
I'm thrilled that that's happening. I've been told by some department directors that that's finally happening. I think it's about 9 months late, but I'm glad that it is finally happening to redeploy to where the immediate crisis is. Just last piece, I appreciate the fact that we're diversifying test labs. I think that's really important. We shouldn't be relying 80 or 90% of the county's testing on one particular entity. If there are delays, if there are issues, that diversity is important. But on the posting of times, I appreciate, Dr. Gales, what you were saying, how it's a week delayed. I still think it's important for it to be posted. I just think you should make sure that it is noted that if these are 1 week delayed times and don't reflect the current realities, I think that level of transparency and accountability would be helpful. I think it would be appreciated by residents. And so I would still hope that we will proceed and move forward with that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I went to the dashboard during this conversation and saw that 75% of our hospital beds are occupied, and 20% of those beds are occupied with individuals with COVID. And those facts are alarming. And we now have the highest transmission rates, as Dr. Gales opened this conversation stating. And so as it relates to our communication strategy and as it relates to the information that's being shared, this information is not hyperbolic. They are facts. And the fact is that our hospitals are nearing capacity. And that's why we are taking the actions that we are, so that those individuals, our residents who do get sick and need medical care, have it. It's as simple as that. And so the graphics and all of the other information that the county is sharing, it's unvarnished truth. And if people are alarmed by it, that's the reality, which is why we all need to take the precautions that we've all been espousing. And so, I just wanted to share that and express my support for that strategy and express the support for everything that we in county government have been trying to do over the last 9 months. And it's only going to get worse, with national medical experts saying that the health crisis that we'll be facing this winter will be the worst health crisis in American history. And so that information that we have from our county and from our healthcare facilities needs to continue to be shared. And I appreciate all that Dr. Gales and Dr. Stoddard are continuing to do. And in the words of the late John McCain, it's straight talk, and we need to continue engaging in that type of conversation with our constituents. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you so much. Well, Drs. Gales and Stoddard, thank you for all your hard work, for all your responsiveness. I know my colleagues know how to reach you when we're not in council session as well. So we're going to remain grateful to you and move on to the next briefing, which is on the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Ms. Michelson, are you available to start us off on that topic, please?
Yes, I'm going to turn this over shortly to executive staff, but will remind you that later this afternoon, you will be looking at a special appropriation to try and reallocate some of the funds that are not used. But this briefing will provide you with some good background that will be a lead into what you'll be seeing later this afternoon. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Madalino to take you through the briefing.
Thank you. Mr. Madalino.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have the documentation that we've been sending over on a regular basis. You have it as part of the packet from Ms. Michelson today. You'll see that the progress that has been made on the spending for a variety of these programs. It should be noted that the HHS has reported that the eviction prevention program that they have received all of the applications necessary to get to the $20 million level. They've sent out the letters of commitment, but the way our system works, it doesn't show as an encumbrance yet in our system. But their report is that that $20 million is now entirely spoken for. So that's one of the big programs that is outstanding. Since the last time, I believe we had this briefing, we've submitted the additional $31.2 million worth of requests into FEMA, which reflect the personnel costs for FOP and IFF, as well as a few other departments, including DOT and HHS, and some other personnel costs that were associated with the response. We will have by the end of the week another 23.2 million submitted to FEMA, which are operating expenses, not personnel costs, not from the Department of General Services, that reflect March through August. We will very quickly, and then we will have, as part of that, even more PPE bought by General Services for, remember, this isn't just for the county government, this is for our healthcare partners, the nursing homes, hospitals, as a backstop for the entire community. And so that will also go in by the end of the week. So you can see in the chart, we will be at above, under the current plan, we have already identified at least or more than $100 million worth of expenditures that are FEMA eligible, and we're still working on more. Those numbers are not finite. That's just that third column is documented amounts as of December 4th. As Ms. Michelson has commented, we've got some special appropriations, as well as an appropriation to figure out where we have not spent some money, and making sure that we have access to reuse that money as part of the NDA to get it out before the end of the calendar year, should there be no change in federal law. I do want to make the point that I know Dr. Stoddard in his testimony right before this did talk about the meeting tomorrow. There have been a large number of county employees who have been shifted around county government from their normal activities. Certainly throughout HHS, you've had a number of people moved around. While they might still be doing a function within HHS, it's not their normal functions. I'll give you examples: school nurses who are at the jail. The election would not have occurred without the enormous number of staff from the Department of Recreation that went to the Board of Elections and provided the day in and day out support to do so much of the work, validating the ballot requests and then validating the mail-in ballots that came in. We've been supplementing the health line, and we have additional staff at 311. You know, what is facing us, and what Dr. Stoddard brought up, is should the schools reopen or start to reopen, and how they reopen, the school health staff, which we are fortunate in Montgomery County that those school health staff are employees of Health and Human Services, and they have been deployed to a lot of different functions across government. They need to move back to their activities in school health, which means we have those positions to backfill. We're still going to be doing testing. It's still doing all the other operations, and now also have this whole vaccine piece added on top of it. So that's why I wanted to make sure you understood we have been moving resources around, and why there is another effort tomorrow, because we're starting to see the need to shift around again, because of the vaccine effort, and with what the school system is planning for the spring as well.
That's great. Thank you. Council, let me just remind everybody, we're about an hour into our break. We have a hearing scheduled in half an hour. We can push that back a little bit, but not that much. We have witnesses scheduled. So I ask you to keep your questions very brief, to a minute or two. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief here. There's obviously a lot to unpack. I'll save most of the grant-related things to the appropriation itself later on. I do think that there's some trouble here. We've been signaling the concern since October the 13th, when we started having these conversations about how the clock may run out and we may have a challenge with providing funds to the vulnerable residents and struggling businesses, and being able to make serious fiscal plans, because the administration has effectively banked everything on FEMA reimbursements. And we are late on the FEMA reimbursements. We're doing everything at the last minute. We can't plan based on what we hear. which makes it really challenging. So based on the chart that we have before us, there's $64.4 million that has not been encumbered in the CRF funding. We provided in that NDA. We provided, we started in June. We then subsequently 2 different times, once in July, once just recently, provided additional uses for these funds. I think it's up to like 25 or 27 different uses for county operating funds. But if you look at the actual numbers, the local match is one of the needs that we have that's allocated for this. And the differential pay is allocated for this. Based on the less optimistic differential pay and what we heard earlier today, that we might and likely are expecting that we will only be reimbursed for 35% of the differential pay, which is a far cry from the 75% that the labor partners were told in the summer and that we have been told consistently throughout. That number is going to go from the original allocated number here, 18.7 million, to what I have currently is about 54 million. So 54 million of the 64.4 million is just for differential pay, plus the differential match that have not been submitted up to this point. There would basically be no money for anything else. Am I missing something here, Mr. Madaleno, in terms of the 25 plus different uses for the CRF NDA? The most likely scenario at this point is that we'd only be utilizing 2.
I would not say it's the most likely scenario. What we've been trying to say in putting these numbers together is what is the worst case scenario, the most prudent and conservative scenario about what we can expect from FEMA from a reimbursement standpoint with what we know now. We are trying to be aggressive at letting FEMA know and reminding them of their past decisions about the reimbursement for employee for the differential and why they came with that rationale and decision. So on the same token, we don't want to come in, let's say we came in and said, it's still going to be 75%, and then suddenly it isn't, it's something in between. Then we've got a large problem with then a draw on our own resources. So we're trying to be prudent how we manage this over the next few weeks in how the accounting works.
Yeah, this is why waiting till the last minute for the FEMA reimbursements, particularly
I know,
has been a huge challenge. Have we heard back on any of the differential pay formally? Have we been formally reimbursed on any of the submissions specifically on differential pay beyond the first 20,000?
I don't think we have a decision, even the preliminary decision and response from FEMA on the big chunk of pay differential that we submitted right by Thanksgiving.
So what are we aggressively reminding them of a past decision if they haven't made a decision yet?
Well, I mean, their normal time frame is 6 weeks. We got our last decision in 2 weeks. So we would be coming up, if the same thing happens, ideally by the end of this week, we will, if they can keep to that schedule, we should hopefully have some sort of preliminary information where they tell us, again, what they've accepted with our documentation, what they need additional documentation on, and what has been rejected.
Okay, thank you. I had originally requested that the submissions be sent to the council, the full submissions and an executive summary of what is in the submission on top. I don't believe that either of the first 2 submissions have been sent. When they were sent over, I would hope that the responses get sent immediately once we get them. And I would hope that moving forward, the second and a half, 2.5, 3, 4, and 5 submissions are sent over as was requested and committed to. I will just point out, this is a really frustrating scenario. I know it's frustrating for you too, but everything was based off of the FEMA reimbursement. Now we have still virtually no information on the FEMA reimbursement, and we can't make fiscal decisions based on that. And we have been telling residents and businesses for months and months and months and months about the availability of funds that was not based on reality. And so now we're trying to create as much financial flexibility as possible at the end to scramble against the clock to make sure that we're not leaving money on the table, but instead we're, in many cases, I think, leaving residents and businesses out to dry. And I don't think that this is the best approach. I'm very frustrated by how this has happened and the lack of early FEMA reimbursement and fiscal planning for how to address this. I'm frustrated by the fact that the council provided ultimate flexibility to the executive branch for 25 plus different uses for these funds. And it looks like 2, maybe 3 or 4 of those uses are likely to actually be used. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Want to make sure everybody gets a chance to have their questions. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will do my best to be short. I appreciate the briefings. It was one of the reasons why I requested this, I think, a few weeks ago, because it is important for us all as a team to understand where we are. I guess I am going to be brief and not necessarily ask questions, but just make a statement. Given the fiscal briefing that we had earlier and what we know is coming, I would urge everyone, and it is my expectation, that there should be lessons learned, that what has been stated about reassigning staff, which we asked way, way early in this pandemic, that needs to be taken into consideration and taken very seriously. All of these special appropriations are not just fun things to do. These were directly in response to the needs that we continue to hear, which is why it was very frustrating for me to see that there was this proposal to basically divert money because it couldn't be spent by the end of the month, which was bizarre because some of these, for example, initiatives are actually asking people to donate things like diapers. And so it was hard for me to understand why it is that on the one hand, they're out there trying to seek donations, but then somehow we're hearing that they don't have any, they don't have the ability to spend down. So there's a lot of disconnects going on. And I think that by now we should have learned quite a bit given this whole entire year. And we need to now somebody, and I have to say, Dr. Sauter, Dr. Gales, it's not on them. Somebody needs to be able to have an assignment to take a step back and reassess where we are and the things that worked and didn't work as we're going forward, because this is not going to get any easier anytime soon. And we should not be in this sort of predicament right now of, again, having worked diligently, over time through the weekend to put all of these particular special appropriations together to respond to the need, only to hear that perhaps they couldn't really get to the people. We really don't know, et cetera. So I just want to say that because it's just been extraordinarily frustrating in that way. I will admit, I know that this is so unprecedented that nobody had a particular manual to figure out how to do this. But the bottom line is that we've, I think, achieved quite a bit. And I think we can learn from where the gaps are so that we can be ready for 2021. Because there is no way that 2021 is not going to be as difficult as what we have seen, given the rise in cases, given the uncertainty fiscally, given the growing needs, given the fact that a lot of people are, just really at the end of the rope. So I'll just make that as a comment and hope that our agendas will be less packed. I hope that, that's something else that we will talk about so that coming into 2021, we can all have a little bit more time to dig into a lot of these issues, which are so important and should be prioritized. Thank you.
Fully agree. We have an administrative meeting coming up, including this topic. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. Just very quickly, so I know that we've asked for an extension. We being National Associations of Counties have asked for an extension in terms of the deadline of using coronavirus relief funds. If that does happen, Mr. Madaleno, do we think that that will give us some additional flexibility to accomplish some of the things that we're asking you to do?
I think without question, it forestalls the need to move things from an accounting standpoint, out of the CRF into the general fund before December 30th, or when the Treasury Department is going to require those numbers to be finalized. So it would give us a lot of additional flexibility, and I not knowing yet, I've been checking while we've been during this meeting. I don't think a bill text has been released for this this new bill. I know in conversations with Ms. Wenger, there is talk that an extension to the CRF is going to be included within this new relief/stimulus bill. So that would be helpful, and obviously additional federal funds that don't come with the same strings that the CRF comes with. And I'm hopeful in reading tea leaves that any new dollars, because it might be based upon what revenues you lost, would then not have the same restrictions on their use just to the response, even though inevitably that's what we would use the money on.
Let me say this very, very quickly. When it comes to, yes, we should have done and should have been quicker, the reality is that there are counties across this nation who are stuck in the same situation. However, expectations were set. I agree with some of the comments of Councilmember Navarro that, look, we had these conversations and it would have been better. I know it's hard. It's not easy to maneuver this large entity in that direction very quickly, but it is something where we have lessons learned. And so if there is new additional funding, my hope would be that now that we've learned the lessons around this, that we don't run into the same roadblocks that we had before, because it is my hope and my work, along with Councilmember Glass, who also is a member of NACO, we continue to push this very hard. And so hopefully there will be some additional support coming from the federal government. This time we can't make the same missteps we made before. So I'll just put that out there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Even though federal funding has not been approved, we've already begun the conversations around process for how we would spend any federal dollars. So those conversations are already happening on all the things that we normally would, business assistance, housing, all the things that we know that we'll spend all new dollars on. So those conversations have already started.
And that was a lot of the work of the recovery committees that many of you participated in to then think through what might be next.
Sounds good. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Well, since we're talking about how not to repeat a mistake, the fact that the county executive agreed of his own decision to an agreement with the county employees that has resulted in a potentially $75 million liability without council approval or even council consultation, really. It's an abomination. And it has affected every aspect of this planning, because it's so difficult to appropriately figure out how to spend money when we have no idea whether we're running through our CRF money or not. And we could have spent far more on small business assistance, on rental assistance, if we had had an appropriate planning ability. And I think if the executive had agreed to an appropriate arrangement. And so if you want to fix something, we can start by fixing that for the rest of the year and get the ship, stop taking on water. We are in very dire circumstances, and we need to set aside funding for our most critical, urgent needs. Employees deserve differential pay. There's no question about it. It's just a question of how much can we afford? And so let's fix that. And I appreciate the dialogue. Thank you, Councilmember Friedson, for diving into the details again and again. And Councilmember Navarro, this was a helpful briefing for us to have on a regular basis. This potentially tens of millions of dollars of just unclear liability, I think, has really gummed everything up. And we could have done a lot more, a lot faster, a lot better if we had actually had clarity and agreement over how we were going to spend funding throughout the course of this year. And we haven't, because it's just been unclear if there's going to be any money left. So I had to make that comment. Thank you.
Do you want to reply?
Yeah, Mr. Madaleno, go ahead.
Well, I would just remind you, as I've reminded before, the differential has gone out into our employees' pockets for them to use that money for important efforts to keep to recycle through the economy. A bus driver who's made a few extra $100 has put that money back into, buying a new appliance, paying off a debt, buying more clothes, doing the things that are important to keep the economy going. It hasn't been putting money into a wood chipper. It has been putting money back into their pockets, which, in talking to those employees and talking to the representatives, is exactly what is happening with those funds. So I wanted to make sure that the public knows that this is, this has a stimulative effect for them to go out to dinner more within the confines of the current situation, but to pay their bills and do the things that also are helpful for the economy.
We support our county employees. We want them to have differential pay. That's not really the question. The question is budgeting such a large item. This needs to be done with the county council. And I don't think that there's really any legal foundation for the agreement that was reached. And it's just been a huge issue throughout the year. All right.
Okay. Thank you. So it's 1:15, everyone. Can we adjourn for 30 minutes and resume with our public hearings at 1:45? Fine? Thank you.